Hello and welcome everyone to another episode of the WeAreDevelopers Live Days. My name is Benedict. I'm Community Manager here at WeAreDevelopers, and I'm glad that you all join us today. So for our regular viewers, it's nothing new, but it's a quick information for the new ones and quick reminder for our regulars, the WeAreDevelopers World Congress is back as an in-person event at the end of July in Berlin. Let's have a quick look.
It's one of the best events, or if not the best event.
And if that quick sneak peek wasn't enough for you, make sure to go to worldcongress.dev to get further information and to claim your tickets. Talking about claiming stuff, if you scroll down on the live page a bit, you'll find that we still have the raffle open with our partner Dusi for a retro arcade gaming machine. Just click the button and you're good to go. And now, before we start with the first session, quick reminder to feel free to interact with the chat to your right. If you got any questions, just use the ask button, but as always, be nice to each other and respect each other as we have a code of conduct. Here's a short video about it. And let's go with the mobile day. First speaker of today is lead developer at SparkFabrik. He focuses a bit more on the front end side, hosts the continuous delivery podcast, and with his degree in computer science, he certainly knows what he's talking about. Welcome, Edo.
Hello, Benedict. Thanks for having
Edo.
me.
Yeah,
Hello.
So happy to have you. You're smiling, so you're certainly doing fine.
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
In sunny Italy. Happy to hear that.
Well, it's not sunny today, actually. It's rainy.
Oh no. That's why you're streaming from the inside. I see.
Exactly.
All right, Edo, back on topic. Would you mind telling the audience and me a bit about what we are going to learn from you today?
Sure. We are going to talk about something that I call mobile ops, which is everything that is related to the automated build and delivery process of a React Native application using Fastlane, which is a powerful tool. So, well, we are going to take a look at the agenda, but this is the main topic, let's say.
Okay, then I don't want to steal any more of your talking time. And without further ado, I would say, stage is all yours, Edo.
Thank you, Benedict. So, hi everyone, and thank you for joining my talk. As I was saying, this mobile ops thing is everything that I think it's related to having automated build and delivery of a React Native application, a mobile application in particular, a React Native application. I'm Edo. You can find me on Twitter, on GitHub and LinkedIn as Edo Dusi, or on Mastodon with edo@continuousdelivery.social. Unfortunately, for most of you, I publish most of my content in Italian, so and during this talk you will probably see why. But if you're not an Italian speaker, maybe I'm not the source of content that you're looking for. But anyway, if you want to drop me a message or ask me something, I will certainly answer to you. I'm actually a developer relations engineer at SparkFabrik. This is new to me. I was a lead developer since like a couple of days ago, so the presentation is not wrong, but this is officially my new role. It's a new adventure for me and for my company SparkFabrik, and we are trying to do the best. And SparkFabrik is a software development and cloud native company based in Milan, and if you want, you can also contact me on my work email. Finally, I'm active as a podcaster and video maker. I create content about technology, mostly tech news, so you can find me on YouTube, Spotify, etc. with my personal podcast or the Continuous Delivery podcast, but again in Italian. But I don't know, maybe if like 500 of you subscribe today, I will create content in English too, thanks to my fast learning and GPT-4, I guess. Okay, so let's start with the presentation. The agenda for today, we will start with a introduction of what is React Native. I know that maybe for most of you, React Native is something that you already know, but I think that maybe could be interesting to hear about what I learned about React Native. I was a web developer, I was a backend developer, and then a front-end developer, and then like 3-4 years ago, I was dropped to a mobile project, and I had to start from scratch, and so I had to learn things about React Native, about what React Native is, what the framework offers, and what are the tools around React Native. And so maybe could be interesting for you to hear what I discovered and what is my perspective of the React Native world and the tools around it. And we will have a look at the core of this talk, which is the CI setup. We will see how to install and how to use Fastlane, which is a really powerful tool that allows us to build and to sign and to deploy to the app stores a mobile application, in particular a React Native application. And we will see, after we saw the local CI setup, we will see how to use the same concepts and the same tools in a CI/CD environment, particularly using GitHub Actions. You can use whatever CI setup you already have, but we found out at the time that GitHub Actions was the perfect choice for us. So we already used them. And also I remember that at the time GitHub was offering macOS runners, and that was of course a requirement. So GitHub was our choice, and also Actions allowed us to build our custom actions, and we open source them. So we will look at them, and then we will see some conclusions. So let's start with the introduction. What is React Native? React Native is a project made by Facebook at the time, now it's Meta, in 2015, and is actively supported. It's a framework and is a series of tools that allow you to create native apps. So you have native apps, but you write JavaScript code and you write with the React framework. So you have all the benefits of a native application. So you are sure that your user will see native views and will access to the native capability of the device. But you, as a developer, will write most of the time JavaScript code and in particular React code. And React Native is among the top 10 projects on GitHub by number of contributors, and is supported by other big names in the market, including Microsoft. I think it's interesting to know and understand why React Native was born. And if you look at the keynote of the 2015 keynote at the React Conf, when React Native was unveiled to the public, and also look at the blog posts of the time, you will see that Facebook decided to go mobile first. They had web apps and they had mobile apps, but they wanted to have a single code base. They wanted to go declarative like they were with the React, and they wanted to leverage the power of the native environment. And so, but they wanted to start being a mobile first software development company. So they tried using web views and using HTML5, like we did with Ionic. But we find out, and they found out that with web views, they lacked something like the keyboard API, the gesture, native gesture events, and the image management was not the best. And also, in native environment, in native world, coding is imperative. And again, they wanted to go declarative as a paradigm. But they also knew that the native environment is much more powerful than the web. They had the ability to parallelize work with threads. They could use sophisticated gesture handling management, and they could access, of course, native capabilities. So they knew they wanted to go native. But they discovered, like I did, that the native environment is more hostile. And I wanted to show 1 minute of that React.js Conf 2015 keynote.
Edo,
Yeah.
we have no audio from the video. Did you share also the audio with the tab browser?
I thought so.
Okay, maybe we can share again to make
Okay.
sure that we have audio.
Okay.
Or if nothing works, we can also just share the video link for the audience, and then they can watch it afterwards. Maybe.
Let's try one last time, and if it
Yeah.
doesn't work, we'll get rid of it.
Yes, that's-
Let's try with the Chrome tab maybe.
Yes. Perfect. That's live
Okay.
troubleshooting, folks. See ya.
Okay, I will. Sorry, folks. I will switch to the Chrome window view later. Okay. Well, let's see this extract from the React Native keynote, because I think it's really important. No, this is the entire keynote. Sorry. Okay.
But all that power and flexibility comes with a cost. It's not free. The native environment is, in general, far more hostile to developers and to organizations. When we started building a native-specific iOS app and a native-specific Android app, we had to spin up two separate sets of tooling, two separate sets of abstractions, and all of this specific platform code and infrastructure and teams that it wasn't portable. We couldn't reuse these concepts. And not only that, now we have to think about things like memory management and thread concurrency and laying out subviews. And also, we have to think about things like provisioning profiles for our devices. You can't just load up a browser window anymore. You also can't just push your entire application by saying git push. Now you have to think about the deployment process.
Okay, so welcome to the mobile world. This is what I discovered when I landed on the mobile world. I was used to have GitOps, to have continuous integration pipelines. I was used to use Git to deploy my app with automated tools. And now I couldn't do it anymore. As the keynote says, also Facebook discovered that this was much more difficult. Okay, and also in the mobile world, we had to deal with different instructions. We have different instructions with different SDKs for iOS and for Android. We have to deal with memory management. This is all the things that I discovered at the time. We had to deal with the memory management and the thread concurrency and the laying out subviews, and also the provisioning profiles, because we cannot just build our app and ship it somewhere. We have to deal with the deployment of the app to specific devices with provisioning profiles, and also deploy to the app stores. All hard and different concepts for me at the time. So what do you need in order to build a React Native app? First of all, in the Android world, you need to at least understand that the core language is Java. There's an NDK for compiling C and C++ libraries and linked in Java, but the main language is Java. And then you have also Kotlin, which is a new language developed by JetBrains, and now an Apache 2 OSS, which is 100% interoperable with Java programming language and the JVM. Kotlin is statically typed and is more modern, let's say, than Java. So for a TypeScript developer or a JavaScript developer, it's easier to read and write Kotlin code, but still is a different language. And also, I understand that Kotlin native is currently in the works, so in the future you could use only Kotlin to deploy for different platforms. And on the iOS world, Objective-C was the reference language. Objective-C is an object-oriented extension to the C language. But then after Objective-C, they presented Swift in 2014, and Swift is or should be the new language for iOS. And like Kotlin, is simpler, is more modern, and more attractive for devs. And also, it claims to have better performances than Objective-C. Then you have Metro. you have Metro because you have to bundle your JavaScript. So you have this bundler that takes an entry file and your dependencies and gives back a single JavaScript file that you can use to deploy to the device. And also Metro converts your assets, for example, your images, your PNG files, into objects that can be displayed with the native image component. And Metro, of course, is also used by Expo. Then, in the Android world, you have Gradle. Gradle is a build automation tool, is open source, runs on the JVM, and is a task runner, basically. There are various integrated environments that support Gradle, and also you use Gradle as a dependency manager. It currently supports Maven and Ivy, and you can write tasks to run your automated builds. In the iOS world, you have Cocoa Pods. Cocoa Pods is a dependency manager for Objective-C and Swift, and is built with Ruby. And you can describe your dependencies in a pod file, and Xcode is required for building. So when you discover that you can write with that native tools, you also have to sign your app, because you cannot deploy your app without signing. So you have to deal with code signing. And in iOS, you have to generate a CSR in your local machine. You have to register your app ID, and you have to create and manage your development and distribution certificates and your provisioning profiles in Apple Developer. And you need Xcode to do that. And in Android, you have to generate and upload your key in your key store. You have to sign your app with the upload key, and you have to configure your Play App signing and generate your upload certificate. And you have to use Android Studio. And in the end, you get a bundle, a single file, which is a package. In Android, it's the APK, the Android package, and in iOS, it's the IPA. They are both packages that contains various files. You have your build, your binary, and you have your meta informations, you have your assets, all bundled into a single file. And recently, Android also created the Android App Bundle. The App Bundle contains everything related to your app and everything needed to build your app for specific devices, okay? So the APK generation, the APK is what get installed to the device, but this generation is deferred. You upload your app bundle and the APK, the Google Play generates your optimized APK for the device, only with the resources and code required to a specific device. Okay, so this could be overwhelming, and at the time it was for me. Everything was new to me, and I needed something to simplify my work, to simplify the development and the build and the deploy process of an application. And fortunately, we had the solution. We have the solution, and this solution is Fastlane. Fastlane is an open source tool for automating iOS and Android mobile apps builds and releases. And Fastlane is written in Ruby because, of course, Cocoa Pods in the iOS world, Cocoa Pods is in Ruby. And also, Fastlane is based on a project called Nomad CLI, which is, I think, deprecated at the time, but which is another task runner, okay? And Nomad CLI was in Ruby, so the developer could take some things that were developed for Nomad CLI. You have a configuration file, we will see, called fastFile, and you have lanes, which are basically your tasks. And Fastlane can integrate into existing CI services. Okay, this is the creator of Fastlane, is Felix Krause, that created Fastlane in 2014 as a side project, but soon became very popular. Fastlane joined Fabrik at Twitter in 2015 and got acquired by Google in 2017. In 2019, Felix left Fastlane and left Google, but the project is still actively maintained in Google. So, this is the Fastlane website. We can also see. I will share again because I want to share the whole Chrome window. Okay, so maybe if some of the organizers can share my screen. Okay, thank you guys. because this is the Fastlane website. So if you go to the Fastlane website, you can not only access to the docs, but can also see some advanced concept that Fastlane gives to you. Because, for example, we will not see it today, but you can also generate screenshots of your app during your build and delivery process. You can generate screenshots. You can also generate metadata to upload and release everything to the stores without having to access the store and upload screenshots and write metadata for the app. And you can also distribute beta builds, of course. You can publish your app. So it's a very complete tool. It's a very complete tool. And you can also see the docs. We will maybe see them later in order to write a fast file and have your automation work, okay? So, okay. So, how do you install Fastlane? It's very, very easy. I'm assuming that you are on a macOS because I'm assuming that you are developing for iOS and Android, so you have to be on a Mac and have everything set up for a manual build. So you're building your app with Xcode or with Android Studio, okay? The first thing you have to do is to install the Xcode CLI. So with Xcode select install, you can install the Xcode CLI tools because Fastlane uses Xcode tools to build the app, okay? And also everything related to the Android Studio, so the JDK, Gradle, and everything else, okay? After that, you can install Fastlane. You can install it using Brew or using Bundle, for example, Bundle install, because Fastlane is in Ruby, okay? After that, you go to your project and type Fastlane init. And then Fastlane will generate the base files for you and the folders for you in your root directory, okay? Since we want to have a continuous integration and a continuous deployment environment, okay, we want to leverage on the M files. We don't want to share files with our team. We want to just have something that generates an M file for us. We will see how we can also share the certificates with Fastlane. But in the end, we want to have only a configuration file because maybe we can also have different M files for different environments, for different platforms. Okay, this template can be committed, but of course the end file with the actual values must not be committed because it contains secrets. Okay, but compiling these files, so with every variable in this file, you can have you can just with a single command, with Fastlane commands, build and deploy your app without having to type anything else in your command line or in your Xcode tool. Okay, so what we're gonna do with the iOS? You know that if you want to sign and ship your app to the store, you have to have certificates. You have to create the certificates and share certificates with your team. Without Fastlane, you have to, I don't know, use Xcode tools like the automated signing or download your certificates and share them with your team. You don't want to do that. You want to use automated tools like Fastlane. And Fastlane gives us a powerful tool to manage the certificates, which is Match. With Match, you simply have a Git repo, a remote Git repo, or Google Cloud or Amazon S3, and Match uses this remote repo to store your certificates. So Match is able to generate your certificates for you, save them and store them remotely in a Git repo. So every time you need them, you simply invoke the Match commands and it downloads your certificates and use them to sign your app. And this is true for every member of your team. So you don't have to share anything with your team. You have to only to share the access rights to a remote Git repo. But once you have the access right to this repo, with Match, every member of your team can build your and sign your app. How to do that? With Match, you have a Match file, which is a configuration file, like the fast file. And you remember that we have an env file. So in the env file, we save every property needed by Match to build. And then we configure the Match file looking at the env variables. So for example, we tell Match that we have a remote Git URL configured with the environment. We want to use the Git as a storage, and we have to tell Match which build type we want. So for example, we want to build for the App Store, we want to build for ad hoc, we want to build for enterprise or development. You know that with Xcode you have different types of builds, and that's the same. Then we have to configure the app identifier, which is the app ID in our environment, in our env file. And then we need the App Store username, the username that you use to access your portal, your Apple portal. And then you need a keychain, because locally Match uses the keychain to store passwords, to store everything it needs to access your repo, okay? And then you configure the team ID, and that's all. With this configuration file, Match is able to download and use your certificates, okay? So you have Match, you can sign your app. Now you want to build your app, and you want to build your app using Fastlane and using the fast file. You see that fast file is basically a Ruby file, and you have tasks. Like in Gradle, for example, you have tasks. So first of all, you define your platform. Of course, in a single fast file, you can have your multiple platforms. You have iOS and you have Android. When you invoke Fastlane from the command line, you write Fastlane and then the platform. But if you specify the default platform, like I did here on the first line, you don't have to type iOS again, because it's the default platform. So you only have to type Fastlane and the name of the task of the lane that you want to run. So you see here that we have a before all, and we have a lane. The lane is export IPA. So in the export IPA, it's a development type build, okay? So with this lane, we want to just build our app with a developer profile and export an IPA file. So we are not deploying the app to the stores, we are not delivering the app, we just are building and obtaining our IPA. And you see that in the before all statement, we first unlock the keychain, because also Fastlane needs to access the keychain to have the your user access your keys, your passwords to access your Apple developer portal. Okay, so we have to unlock the keychain, and then we tell Fastlane that we want to also build our pods. We want to run Cocoa pods. You see that this statement Cocoa pods. The statement Cocoa Pods is one of the Fastlane APIs, and in the docs you see all the API that you have with Fastlane. You have many APIs, and Fastlane and Cocoa Pods is one of them. With Cocoa Pods, we are telling Fastlane to build pods, and we have a configurations for Cocoa Pods. We can specify our pod file, for example, and with our env file, we tell Fastlane the path of our pod file. And for example, we want or not want to use bundle exec. These are configurations for the Cocoa Pods command and action, okay? And then the export IPA. Let's say use workspace is a variable, and we then invoke match. Invoking match, we are sure that Fastlane is downloading our certificates. And then with the build app command configured with the workspace, project configuration and scheme, whatever you need in order to build your app, with this command, Fastlane will export the app for you. Okay, and that's it. So to build locally with this lane, you simply need to run Fastlane export IPA. Export IPA is the name of the lane, and so you will see the build process start. You will see tons of logs, because Fastlane prints everything that it's doing. So you will see match, you will see the match that contacts the Git repo, the downloads of the certificates, and then you will see every Xcode command that Fastlane is building, which is very useful also for debugging. And in the end, if everything is right, you see Fastlane tool finished successfully, and you will find your IPA in the root of your app. Okay. Then you want to upload your signed production build to TestFlight, to the App Store. So you have the development build, so you can upload the build to the App Store and test it with TestFlight. So in order to do that, you must fill the Fastlane Apple application specific password, which is a Fastlane variable. This is something that you have to generate from your Apple account page. And only with this password, Fastlane is able to communicate with the API of your App Store. Okay, and of course, you need a specific lane, and this is our lane. Our lane is upload TestFlight. You see that it's similar to the one that we used before, but we broke down to see the steps. First of all, we invoke match, but this time the type is App Store because we want to sign the app with the App Store, with the production certificates, not with the development certificates, but with the production certificates. So the type is App Store. Then we want to use this API, which is increment build number, because we want that our automatically Fastlane can increment our build number, so we don't have to do that manually. Okay, so we pass our properties to increment build number, and we will have the build number incremented by 1. Then we build the app. This is the same command as before, but configured with different environment variables. Okay, so for example, the export method this time is App Store. And so with this command, we will build a signed production application. Okay. In the end, after the build, we can use the upload to TestFlight API in Fastlane. We simply tell Fastlane what IPA to use, and then some configuration options like the username, the app identifier, and the team name. And in the end, we want to keep waiting for build processing, because if you remember, when you upload your app with Xcode, Xcode waits till the end of the checks. Okay, but then when you go to the App Store, your app is still processing because they have to verify your app. So if you don't want to have your CLI waiting for the entire processing, you want to specify true here, because so your CLI will stop. Will stop right now without waiting for the App Store to complete. Okay, and with this one, you will find your app uploaded to your App Store and to TestFlight. Okay, and that's it. So simply using Fastlane upload TestFlight, because upload TestFlight is the name of our lane. Okay, and you will find your app in your App Store, and that's it. No more Xcode and no more sharing certificates with your team. If you want, you could also use Fastlane to create a new release. You have the deliver lane. You can upload, you can create and upload your screenshots. You can also create your metadata. You can configure any aspect of your submission process. I prefer to do it manually for now, but if you want, you can automate everything. So let's have a look at the Android setup. The Android build is easier because we have Gradle, and Gradle is already a powerful tool for command line builds. So Fastlane can act as a Gradle wrapper, okay? And React Native comes with a pre-configured Gradle file. So you know that you have your assemble and your build commands in Gradle provided by React Native. So you just need to wrap Gradle tasks in Fastlane and provide the correct configuration, again, with the env file. So in order to have an unsigned production APK, you can write a new lane, which is assemble, and use the Gradle command with the task option, which is the Gradle task. So you see that clean is a Gradle task and assemble release is a Gradle task. So invoking Gradle with these two tasks, you will simply concatenate these two Gradle commands. And then there are two configuration options like the project dir and flex. So we don't want to run Gradle as a daemon. Okay. Then I just take the APK location and print the APK location to the console because I needed for debugging, okay? And with this lane, we have the APK ready, okay? We have the APK built. So we can run it using Fastlane Android Assemble. This time we have to specify Android because it's not the default platform. So if we want to sign a production bundle in Android with Fastlane, you need to configure. You need to provide your env variables, your key store path, and your key store password, and your key store alias to Fastlane, because Fastlane doesn't provide match for managing Android keys. So you need to store and share them on your own. But I know that now you can use new feature with the Play Store to minimize the number of files that you need to share and you need to use in your CI/CD environment. But that's it. You don't have match for Android, so you need to provide some files on your own, like the key store files. Okay, so that's the bundle production lane. First of all, you increment the version code. Again, it's the same as before, but I think it's a plugin. Okay, so you increment the version code automatically in your Android build, and then you run Gradle, same as before, but with a different task now, because now we use the bundle release task. Okay, again, we have the project dir and the flex and some properties for signing the app with the store file, the store password, and alias and password taken from the env and from a file that we need to share. Okay, and then using this, we have your AAB, your bundle produced and signed with our production certificates. In the end, we can upload this file to the Play Store using the upload to Play Store command, giving our package name. We can configure the release status, draft this time, and the internal track, and then our JSON key, which is the key that we use to communicate with the API of the Play Store. So using this command, we have our build and we upload our build to the store. Using this command, we have our build on the store. So that's it. We run Fastlane Android bundle production and we have our build signed and uploaded to the store. I promised you that I would have shared the GitHub actions that we use in order to have our CI/CD environment up and running, because right now we saw the local setup with Fastlane and with the CLI, but we want to run that commands remotely with our GitHub actions. So we want to use GitOps. Okay, so on Fastlane, if you see the Fastlane docs, if you go to the GitHub action, you see that you can use pretty much other CI integrations. But if you want to use GitHub actions and write GitHub actions on your own, looking at the Fastlane docs, you can follow the documentation and write your custom action and use these actions in your project to build and deploy your app using your custom actions. But if you want, at SparkFabrik, we built 2 GitHub actions, one for iOS and one for Android, that you can use to build your app. You simply use these 2 actions in your project and add your secrets to GitHub. For sure, you don't want to commit or pass our actions, your secrets. You want to use GitHub secrets, but using GitHub secrets, so you just can copy paste from your env file and configure the GitHub secrets, and we will see how. And then you use your match configuration and your the same lanes as we saw before, and using these actions and configure them, and you will have automated pipelines in GitHub to sign and build and deploy this app. Okay, and we can see I made this is private because this is not working. Okay, but I made the repo just for show you how you can integrate these actions in your project. So this is a standard starter project in React Native. Okay, when you run your Fastlane init in your root project, in your root folder, you will find the Fastlane directory, okay, with the fast file that we saw before and the match file. You see also the app file, which is configurations that Fastlane use. Okay, so you can specify the team name and team ID. These are fakes, but you can specify your app identifier, team name, and team ID, so you don't have to specify them again in the fast file or in your, because they are not secrets. Okay, and then this is the complete fast file. So you can configure env here. If you don't want to have different environments, you can configure your env. And then this is the complete fast file that we saw in the presentation, okay? This is a single file and with all the tasks, all the lanes that we need. So with this one and with the match file, we can run and build our app locally. But if you want to build on GitHub, you simply create your GitHub workflows and use, for example, our actions. So here you see that if you want to build, for example, you want to build for the iOS and deploy and publish to the App Store. This is an example that you can use to build your app. You at the beginning, of course, you install your dependencies, you build your app, and when you need to actually build your native app, you can use the SparkFabrik iOS build action. This is the latest version, I think, and this is the configuration. And you see that we are using GitHub secrets, so you don't have to commit secrets in your GitHub actions, even if your repo is private, you don't want to commit secrets. So you can use GitHub secrets and call them in the configurations for this action. So for the build actions, this is basically doing the same things that we saw before locally, but remotely in your GitHub macOS runner, okay? So you configure this action, and when you, for example, this is run when you, every time you publish a release, okay? So for example, you want that when you publish a new release, this action is actually run, and it will publish a new release on your App Store, because at the end you see you also have your match password, your match Git URL, so you sign your app and you will upload your app to the App Store. And that's it. Also, you can also use the browser stack upload flag. If this is true, let me see the iOS development build. Okay, this is the development build. Okay, so if you use this flag, if you use true in this flag and you specify your username and your access key in browser stack, you will also have your IPA or your APK submitted to browser stack, and so we will find your app and test your app in browser stack. In the end, we use the upload artifacts, so the IPA or the APK, we will find it in GitHub in our action runner. Okay, this is the same for Android. This is the development build using the Android build action with assemble release, etc. And the Play Store, which is the upload to the Play Store action using our env if you want to have different envs, and your key store using key data, etc. So this is all you need. And if you go to the GitHub repo of the actions, you will find some documentations on how to use these actions and maybe some discussions on the issues if you don't want, if you can't use them properly. Okay. So the conclusions: Fastlane lets you manage the entire build process, and there's even more. You can use Fastlane to with the match to sign, to build, and to deliver your app. There are also more things that we didn't use, but Fastlane is much more powerful than what we saw today. For example, you can manage your Git repo. You can use Git commit, Git tag, and push to Git with Fastlane to manage everything from the Fastlane command line. Or you can use Fastlane to run tests and many more. So go to the Fastlane docs and see everything that Fastlane offers to you. And I, in the end, discovered that with Fastlane, I could really do GitOps and do Scrum in the end, because like the great Grady Boots said, you cannot do Scrum in name only. You have to do continuous integration with continuous deployment. Without continuous integration and without continuous deployment, there's no Scrum. So we want to do Scrum. We want to have continuous integration and continuous deployment. So thank you. Again, you can find me on the social networks. You can find me at Dusi, and also if you want to contact me with my work email, it's edoardo.dusi@sparkfabrik.com. And that's it. Thank you everyone. Hi, Benedict, you are muted.
Oh no.
Not the only one with technical issues today.
Yes, I wanted to adapt. It was. Hey, Edo, thank you so much for the introduction to Fastlane. Really useful tool. And if you don't mind, we can go into a quick Q&A.
Sure.
Yes. Since you are a lead developer, I myself would be very interested in a bit from your developer journey. Like, how did you started to develop? How did your interest in tech started, and how did you get
in
there?
General?
In general, yes.
Okay. Well, I was interested in tech since I was a kid, basically, and then so I knew that I wanted to work as a developer, and so I started as a freelance when I was like 22, 23 after my bachelor degree in computer science, and then since then it was a journey. I worked on my own for like 6-7 years, and then joined SparkFabrik from the beginning. I think SparkFabrik was born in 2014 or 15, I don't remember, and I joined them since the beginning as a backend developer at the time, because I was developing with PHP at the time, PHP and Drupal. That was my stack, and then switched to the front-end world, to JavaScript, Angular, React, Vue, etc. And 3-4 years ago, I was dropped to a mobile project, and they say to me, well, let's start from scratch with a mobile project. You have to learn everything. So it was a challenge, but I like challenges. So it was a great journey.
So like a push into the cold water.
Yeah.
But you never learn more if you're confronted with situations you would otherwise avoid. So I like that approach.
Yeah.
You said you were interested in tech since you were a kid. Sounds like computer games.
For sure. Computer games.
Which ones? Yes. Tell me more.
Well, I was a fan of this game, Prince of Persia.
The first one, the hard one.
I think the first one that I actually completed as a kid. This was one of my best achievements as a kid.
Big kudos for that.
Yeah, I remember that it was really hard because you had 1 hour to complete the game. You have to complete the game in 1 hour. You have a timer, so it was anxious. You had to complete the game before the deadline. Okay, and I think that was my first on a PC. But then I switched to the Nintendo NES console. Then started with Mario, the first Mario, the second, the third, and I don't know, other games. And then my adventure in gaming started. But then I wanted to also create games. My ambition was to create games. But I discovered that creating games is not so easy. No, it's a bit of a, and also I'm not a great designer. I'm not a great graphic designer. So creating games only with a command line tool doesn't work out. Okay, you have to also create a bit of a graphic environment or something. So
yeah, you could do text-based adventures like in the 80s.
Yeah.
But yeah, you have to find your audience for that, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
You said Prince of Persia you played on PC. Was this your first own PC or like from the parents?
It was an Olivetti PC. Okay. It was an Italian manufacturer, a great one, and it was I think, if I remember, it was an Intel 286. PC with, of course, the DOS command line. So I had these floppy disks, big floppy disks. I had to insert the floppy disk and type CD games, and then Prince of Persia.exe, and the game would start. I had also other games like Arkanoid or Xenon 2, Ghouls and Ghosts. So great games at the time.
Good times.
Yeah, and I feel old now.
Oh, so sorry for that.
No, not a problem.
Edo, let's get a bit back on topic Fastlane. Are there,
Sure.
besides of the documentation on the website itself, do you have any other resources? Because you are also hosting a podcast. Maybe you want to talk a bit about that?
Well, our podcast is not very deep dive podcast into tech. Okay, we are chatting about tech, but not really deep diving. But if you want, in our tech blog, in the SparkFabrik tech blog, I wrote an article about Fastlane, about using Fastlane with the CI/CD from the start. Okay, it's pretty much like the talk that I gave today. So that could be a starting point. But also on YouTube, you will find people talking about Fastlane. For example, you can find a video 3-4 years ago, maybe, from the one of the maybe the CTO, the actual CTO of Fastlane, doing a live coding session with Fastlane and Match, and how he wrote the Match integration in Fastlane. So you can see a live coding session from the beginning to the end of a build process. It's very interesting because he's the CTO of Fastlane, so very interesting to see a live coding session. But other videos on YouTube that I saw, people playing with Fastlane, it's interesting. But because I also understand that Fastlane is much more powerful. You can do many more things that the ones that I displayed today. You can do many more things. So I encourage you to go to YouTube and to the Fastlane docs site and search for everything that Fastlane can offer.
Yeah, and be creative.
Yes, of course.
It's always the main part when it comes to development. We got a question from the audience.
Okay.
Tom wants to know, Edo, why did you choose React Native in general? Did you consider other cross-platform technologies for mobile development like Angular, Ionic, Captiva, or Flutter?
Yes. Actually, the first choice was Ionic. You remember that I was a front-end developer, and at the time my main skill was in Angular, okay? And so Ionic was our first choice. We chose Ionic, and we also made a POC in Ionic and Angular. And then switched to React and used Ionic and React. But Ionic is a powerful tool, but at the time, I don't know if now something changed, but at the time, I'm talking about 3 years ago, we hadn't access to some native capabilities that we needed, and specifically, we needed to show native ad banners. Okay. You know that if you want to display ad banners, you have to use the Google SDK, Google Ads SDK. We wanted to show Google Ads SDK in the page as our native views, as the user scrolled our native views. And you can't do that with Ionic. And so that was our first blocker with Ionic. And we had to switch to a native platform, and React Native offered that native experience. But then we discovered that we could do many more things with React Native than with Ionic. I also developed a capacitor plugin for Ionic because we needed to access the IDFA token, the IDFA ID. But in the end, we discovered that with React Native it was much easier to access to native capabilities. So that was our choice, and we use React Native since then.
So you started out of a problem, and then it became like this very organic process.
Exactly.
To just be your main
but I can tell that Ionic is a really great tool and a powerful tool. So if you don't need the specific features like this one, Ionic it's completely fine.
Are you also contributing, when we talk about all these languages and Fastlane and everything, with it to like some open source projects maybe, or are there some you could recommend for the audience to contribute to?
Well, the GitHub Actions are actually open source, but also we developed a plugin for React Native, also for the advertising ID in iOS and Android. It's open source on GitHub. It's and also, of course, in the npm registry. So it's npm module, and you can like install in React Native, and it works. And this is my first and only attempt to write the native code, because if you want to get access to a native capability, you have to write native code. So you have to write Swift code and Kotlin code. So this was my attempt, and it's really simple, really a tiny module, but I'm really satisfied by this release. But you can find this on GitHub and npm. It's SparkFabrik IDFA, something like that.
Okay. When talking about SparkFabrik, maybe as a lead developer, of course, you have many insights into the company. Maybe you want to elaborate a bit on what like the typical day of a lead developer looks like at your company. If there is something as typical.
I don't know if we, yeah, because I don't know if we have a typical day, because days can be really different when you have to develop and you have to lead the team and you have to talk with the client and with, of course, with the internal team and managers. You have to do different things as a lead developer. So I don't know. Let's start with the team stand-up. Okay, so we as a lead developer, we have to understand what our team is doing and the plan for the day, and maybe the blockers that they have, and maybe help some team member to fix something or to do something, or to find the best way to answer to a requirement of the client. And I think as a lead developer, you also have to take away from your team all the burdens that they have when the client sends many requirements, many confused requirements, many things. You have to just tell the team to calm down and go and let's analyze every single one of them. It's not so the customer is not a big monster that wants to kill you. It's just something. It's just someone that wants to create a project with you. So so as a lead developer, I found myself many times reading requirements with the team and transforming human requirements into technical requirements. That's, I think, one of my main tasks. And then, of course, sometimes you have to also develop code yourself, maybe in pair with one of your team. And unfortunately, in the last 3 years, you have to attend many meetings with your managers, with your customers. So you have to talk a lot in Google Meet or Zoom and Teams. It's a part that I like the less, but you have to do it if you want to.
It's very time consuming, isn't it?
Yes, very time consuming. And also I prefer the physical approach, okay, in a room. So that's unfortunate, but it's part of the job.
Right. Edo, thank you so much for your amazing talk. Thank you for the Q&A. It was a blast to have you. Wish you a nice rest of the day and hopefully see you soon on another live day or at the World Congress. Bye.
Yeah. Thank you, Benedict, and thank you all, guys. Bye-bye.
And talking about the World Congress, we have some breaking news for you. During Edo's talk, Sir Tim Berners-Lee, the inventor of the World Wide Web, announced that he will be joining us at the World Congress live in person in Berlin. So make sure to check out worldcongress.dev and claim your tickets. And now to the next speaker of today. She is developer at Rosendale Labs. She leads also the GDG Cape Town chapter, and as she loves to explore new mobile and web technologies, she's always up to date. Welcome, Sylvia.
Hello, how's it going?
Hello, Sylvia. Oh, I'm fine. I hope you too.
Very much so, thank you.
How is it in Cape Town, the weather?
It is beautiful today. It's quite a windy day, but sunny and pleasant. And as we are heading into fall now, it cools down a little bit. So just a pleasant day.
Okay. Yeah. Make sure to send Edo some of your sun. He was complaining about the rain a bit in Italy right now.
Very true.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Also, your talk is pre-recorded, but nevertheless, would you mind telling us a bit about the topic and what we're going to learn from this talk?
Right, sure. I'll talk a little bit about packages and plugins in Flutter today, which is kind of a fantastic tool to modularize your Flutter code. Plugin is a special form of a package, so it's all about kind of modules. Unfortunately, because the code, the talk was pre-recorded yesterday, I'm not going to be able to talk much about the difference between React Native and Flutter. Now that I listened to Edo's talk, I realized I should have covered that a little more. It turns out Flutter is really a direct competitor to React Native. It comes with a very similar motivation. You want to have a single code base and then distribute to multiple platforms with as much native control as possible. And for example, the toolchain that Edo described for his native React Native setup, I'm using exactly the same for all my Flutter projects, and I love it just as much as he does. So there is quite a bit of overlap between the two topics, but I'm going to focus a lot more on this one Flutter component, the packaging system.
Which is perfectly fine. So Edo and you already became best friends, as it seems, and we can talk a bit more about the other stuff after the recording, I would say. So without further ado, I would say, director, press the play button.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to my talk on Flutter packages and plugins. All right. Before I jump into the technical things, let me give you a little bit of feedback, a little bit of background on myself. I am at times a technical manager, at times a freelancer. When I do freelancing work, it's mostly on app development. I've done a lot of things over the years. I started out as a backend engineer, but more recently, I have done more work on the front end. Last few years, mostly on Android, and then recently exclusively on Flutter. I'm calling from South Africa today. I spend a large part of my year in Stellenbosch near Cape Town. But I also live part of my time in Germany. When I'm in South Africa, I spend a lot of energy in the Google developer community, Google developer groups. In fact, I'm the volunteer lead of the local chapter here in Cape Town, and I'm also a Women Tech Maker ambassador. Both are programs by Google designed to build tech communities and to allow networking and exchange of ideas. This probably doesn't sound a little bit all over the place, but there is one connecting thread. I love tech, I love playing with tech, I love exploring, and I love sharing my findings with my community of fellow techies. So that's where we end up here. All right, I can't do a show of hands since this call is pre-recorded. But I assume that not everybody in the audience is a Flutter developer. So let me give you a very, very, very brief intro into Flutter. This is just scratching the surface, so bear with me. Flutter is a UI development kit. It's built by Google and it's been maintained by Google for many years, but it's completely open source. There's no licensing issue or anything. It was unveiled publicly for the first time in 2015, and I think in 19, the first stable release 1.0 came out. Since then, there has been a progression of development, and we're currently at release 3.7. So at this point, I would consider Flutter extremely mature, ready for production. I would not hesitate in a moment building a Flutter app for production. And in fact, I'm not the only one. There are lots of large companies who use Flutter successfully in production. This is just a very, very small, abstract. So this quote is from the official documentation. It says, build, test, and deploy beautiful mobile, web, and desktop and embedded apps from a single code base. And that basically sums up what Flutter is about. It is an app development framework that me as a developer allows to write an app in a single piece of code and then distribute it to up to 6 different platforms. The different platforms are Android, iOS, macOS, Linux, Windows, web, And then there's some embedded systems that aren't really even officially listed yet. One of the important principles is that there is no kind of intermediate layer that you compile down to. So there is no significant performance hit when you write in Flutter, and it's also complete control over every pixel on the screen, which kind of leads to very, very nice, very high quality apps that are performant and also beautiful. At the same time, what I appreciate about it so much is that Google still has the developers in mind and provides a really awesome tool set that makes it easy for us as developers to actually build these beautiful and high-performant apps. The language of Flutter is Dart, which is new to me, but it's actually fairly easy to pick up. And the basic concept is that everything is a widget. You compose a UI as this hierarchy of modular widgets. In fact, this everything is a widget is a bit of a joke. Even the root app is a widget in Flutter. Right. This drawing here is from the official Google documentation. And I don't usually show it in an intro, but it is somewhat relevant to our case here. What I want to point out is that you have this three-layered architecture and kind of very modularized, very clean architecture. At the top, you have the Dart framework. And as a beginner, this is where you spend most of your time. You start exploring different widgets, you decide on your UI paradigm, material if you're closer to Android, or Cupertino if you're closer to iOS. You might add some animation or gestures, but you more or less stay in the green block here. But underneath at the bottom, there is the native layer. And this is where kind of phone capabilities or platform capabilities play. So sometimes as a developer, you have to reach out to this bottom layer. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. So I show you a way of calling native functionality in your Dart code. All right, before we look at that part, let's step back a little bit and think about what is a package. And now at this point, I'll give a little bit of a small disclaimer. I'm going to use some terms package, plugin, library today, and I'm using them fairly casually. The official official definition is a package is a unit of code. A plugin is a specialized kind of package that provides a mechanism to call out into the underlying platform code. As it turns out, plugins can be built into an app or packaged into it, so then you get a plugin package. And depending on the context, people throw around the names a little bit casually, and I'll do the same today. And I'm not alone, the official documentation does the same thing. But bear with me, the concepts are quite clear, and I think you'll see the differences, even though I'm reusing the terms on occasion. So let's walk through an exercise. If you're a Flutter developer, you've probably done this. If you aren't and you're thinking about starting it, this will be your first day, probably reading through the documentation. Kind of as the very first thing, you come across a tutorial that builds, it's a name generator for startups. And the way it works is it takes a list of English words, picks 2 words from this list, composes them, and comes up with a new startup name. And in this tutorial, you get told you use the command line, you say flutter pub add English words. English words is a third-party package. You don't have to actually build this list of English words. You can use it for somebody else has done the work for you. And that's kind of your first package you use. So when you say pub add, what happens is that every app in Flutter has a pubspec YAML. That's kind of the core, the central place where you define your version number, but also your dependencies. And by calling pub_add, this new dependency gets added to your pub_spec YAML. And sure enough, here it is. It's listed as one of the dependencies with the version number. But this is just the listing so far. We still have to actually pull in the code for this new package. We do that with pub_get. So now the package that I want to use, the English words package, is available and can be used in my code. All I have to do is start with an import statement, and from there on, I can just call this function as if I had written it. So this is kind of the English words is a fairly simple example of a package. The very basic minimum a package has to have in order to be a package is it has to have a pub_spec YAML that defines the name, the version, environment, and the dependencies. So each package might have additional dependencies, and it must have a lib directory. That's where the actual implementation lives. And in fact, so this is a snapshot from my Android Studio. What we have here is at the very bottom in this area here, we have our pub_spec YAML. And then here we have the lib directory with English words.dart is defining the interface that gets exposed to any caller. And then inside the source directory, you get the actual definition. So here I have a word pair file that, yeah, it's all there. You can inspect every package. All this code is public domain. So it's an interesting exercise to actually look at a few packages that you might be using and figure out how somebody else has structured them and has built the functionality. Let's think a little bit why this is even necessary. Packages have three big advantages. The first one is it allows me as an app developer to reuse functionality as much as possible. There are many cases where there's no point reinventing the wheel, like, why would I have to compile a list of 100 English words if somebody else has done the work already? So I'm quite happy to lean on that person and import their code. At the same time, when I have written original work myself, of course, I should share that with my peers. So this is a nice way of packaging up my work and then making it available for other people. And thirdly, even if I never interact with other developers, it still allows me to structure my own code in a very modular and very elegant way. So ultimately, this leads to the three keywords here: readability, reusability, shareability, and readability. One thing I just want to mention on the side is packages don't have to be public. I mean, certainly the idea of sharing with your peers is a big motivator, but it doesn't have to be. You can have a package that lives only in your private GitHub repo, or even only in your on your local drive. That's perfectly fine. There are different ways of declaring a package or declaring a dependency on a package. And one of them is a GitHub URL. So this, for example, could be a private package that I never intend to share. I still want to kind of factor it out for my own ease of use and better readability. There are really, in essence, three different package types. I'll start with the last one, the foreign function interface. And I'm not going to go into that one. There is a lot of change on the horizon in this area. It's a very specialized type that doesn't really fit in this kind of high-level talk. But the other two packages are kind of what we normally encounter. A Dart package deals with the Flutter level, strictly Dart code only. So this deals with functionality provided by Flutter. And then the plugin package deals with only a Dart API and then a call out into the underlying platform. May it be Android or iOS or whatever you choose to target. All right, so enough on the packaging. Let's look a little bit more at what a plugin is. So let me read the first sentence here. A plugin is a Dart wrapper that makes native APIs and services accessible. Now, what are native APIs and services? Well, it totally depends on your platform. On Android, that might be some Kotlin on Java function. On iOS, it might be Swift or Objective-C, depending on what your choice is, and so on. Note that there's no mentioning of web on this list here, and the reason is that when you compile Flutter app for web, it gets compiled into JavaScript. So at this point, you don't have the language barrier anymore. You're already executing JavaScript, and you can easily execute more JavaScript without needing any special API or mechanism. Why do we even need this mechanism? So can't we do it all in Flutter? It's not that easy because there is some functionality that is truly platform dependent. So typically anything that deals with the hardware, like a battery, a motion sensor, that kind of stuff. That's typically, I mean, every platform has a mechanism to deal with battery level, for example, but it's very different. The API is very different. So it's not possible easily at the Flutter level to define kind of a single Dart component that accesses this lower level functionality. And that's basically now, if you think about the big messy graph I showed you earlier, now we are in the yellow area and not at the green area. So how can this be done? Let me move my video here out of the way. So on this graph, we have the Flutter app here on top. So this is the Dart component, the native API, and then you have the host API, the platform components here. So in my case, I only have Android and iOS. In iOS, I have an app delegate. In Android, I have an activity, and the other platforms will have different mechanisms. The communication between happens with a method channel that gets established by both ends and then can be used to pass methods back and forth. Communication has to be asynchronous, and the reason is that Flutter is quite clear about high performance. So so you can't do, you don't want the UI to ever pause. And because you can't give guarantees in this case on how, because from the Flutter level, you don't have control over what's happening underneath in the platform. You can't guarantee that your response is immediate. And so you have to do it as an asynchronous call. And Dart and Flutter, Dart provides a nice mechanism to do asynchronous calls. And the channels we are setting up here are bidirectional. I only show you today how to call from the Flutter level to the underlying platform, but it goes the other way as well. Like let's say an alarm comes in from your phone and you want to pass that on to the Flutter. The communication, you're basically moving from one language to another here. And so there is some type conversation necessary. Basic types are converted automatically by the system, but there's some fine prints about certain data types. So you have to look at the matrix and make sure that you don't get any funny surprises. All right, let me turn my video on again. And then, okay, I'm going to jump into the first example here. And this one is actually, I'm following one of the official tutorials by Google. The reason this sounds a bit lazy, but basically I was looking for the smallest example I could possibly find that fits on the slide. And it turns out Google has the smallest example possible. So let's unpack that a little bit. What I'm going to do is I'll show you functionality to read the battery level on a phone. So let's first start with the Dart side. In Dart here, I have a stateful widget. I set up a method channel. The method channel gets labeled with a string. The string has to be unique, so it's a good idea to use to prefix it with your fully qualified app name to make it unique. And then once this method channel is established, I can then use it to invoke methods on it. So here I have my get battery level method. But basically, think of it as a pipe that sends this functional call down to the Android level. This function that I wrote here, underscore get battery level, the underscore, by the way, only means it's a private function. This one gets called by some UI code. So in this case here, I have a bit of kind of layout information, like padding and so on. And then ultimately, I have an elevated button that, when pressed, will call the new function that I just established. Okay, so that is the Dart side. Now let's move on to the Android side. So on the Android side, every time you start with a skeleton Flutter app, you automatically get an Android directory with it, and you get an almost empty main activity that inherits from Flutter activity. And that's kind of how the native side works. And here I am adding basically adding this configure Flutter engine, setting up a method channel that has to have the same name I used before. And then I set up a listener on this channel. So in my case here, I just listen for incoming methods, and if I get battery level, I will do something with it, call an Android-specific method, and then return a result. Hopefully I return as a result. If not, I might throw an exception. So what you can see here, the method gets called as a string only. So everything is a string. It really is, testing is important in this case. It's very easy to make a mistake here, as you can imagine. So in my method handler, I just called out get battery level. Now get battery level then is implemented also in the Android world. And this is it. Here I'm doing a system call, set some intent up. And basically, if you had written this as an Android application, this code would almost literally be part of your application somewhere. This is basically how you check the battery level in Android. All right, now let's do the same for the iOS side. I have to admit, I'm more comfortable with Android. I don't do that much iOS work development, but I find kind of these little tasks, adding a handler here and there, quite easy to deal with, even though by and large, the environment stumps me on occasion. So in this case, here's what I did. I need to work in the app delegate. And like on the Android side, this is a skeleton function that's always provided with a new project. So, you can just extend the existing class that's already there. What I do here is I set up my method channel. Again, the name is really important. It needs to be the same. And then I set up a method handler. And this one, the code is a little more verbose, so it didn't fit on a slide. The method handler is on the next slide. Here it is. I am doing a call to my own function, the function that I define later, get battery level, get the result, send the result back through the method channel, or send an error message back through the method channel. And then this is the actual iOS get battery level functionality. And once again, if you'd written a native app, you would have had something like this in here. So here, for example, I do a little bit of arithmetic to get the correct value my caller expects. So that's all about method channels. There are a few things to keep in mind. The most obvious, I've showed you now iOS and Android only, but it exists for the other platforms as well. My method in this super trivial example didn't contain any payload, but of course you can add parameters and you can add complex data. You just have to take care of your own serialization and deserialization. And you have to be a little bit careful about native types. There is a mapping between native types, but they don't always correspond one-to-one. Like there's sometimes a bit of different treatment for null values, for example. So do look up the matrix of mappings and make sure you don't experience any surprises there. Right. So what we have at this level is we have built a mini app with a button that allows you to check the battery level by establishing method channels. But the plugin we built is still part of the app. So in the next step, we want to factor this out and make it a standalone package that you can maybe then provide to the next app. So it's easy to get started. The Flutter command line interface actually provides us with an easy command to create a skeleton app. And this is really quite powerful. All you need to say is Flutter create. You need to define what type you want to do. Do you want to have a standalone app, or in this case, or package or plugin? In this case, I want a plugin. And then you can define a list of platforms. Here, when I did this, I did Android, iOS, and web, although later I never used the web. And by the way, I'm switching to a different demo now. I'm switching to a biometric demo rather than the battery level thing. And the reason is that, I have this in my GitHub repo. It's a slightly more complex example and a little more interesting. And it's already in my repo, and I once wrote a Medium article about it that you can read up if you want to find out a little bit more about the background. So what I got from this, from creating the skeleton app here is basically what you see here. Let's start with the PubSpec YAML. So this is all skeleton code, but here I get this matrix of plugins. That's the plugins that I intend to provide. Web is still in there. I should really remove that, but let's focus on Android and iOS. Then I have a lib directory. This is where my Dart code will live, and I already have skeleton methods for an interface and the channel API. And then I have the iOS and the Android component. And yeah, this is where my platform-specific code will go. By the way, this is digressing slightly here, but every time you do this, every time you start with a skeleton Flutter app or plugin in this case, you always end up with an example directory. And this is a very elegant way of providing an example of the interface that you're defining in this package. So in this example, you basically have a standalone app. You have a PubSpec YAML, you have a lib directory with a symbol main. It's very, very straightforward. You have an iOS directory, an Android directory. Everything is here. Now, the reason I'm mentioning this is this can be a little bit confusing for a beginner. If you're just starting out learning Flutter, you're following some tutorial, you're adding the functionality to your main directory, it doesn't work, and you wonder why. There is 90% chance that the reason it doesn't work is that you mixed these two directories, the example directory where you have a main and the top directory where you also have a main. So just be aware that there is basically this encapsulated app inside every package, and just keep the two apart. It's quite easy to get tangled up here. So let's look a little bit at the Dart side. Let me see if I skipped a slide. Nope, I didn't. So this is the file called biometricdemo.dart. It was created as part of the skeleton setup. And this contains the public API. So this is what you intend to provide to any caller of your API, of your plugin. So in this case, the functionality that I want to expose is an asynchronous call, authenticate with biometrics. It returns a nullable bool. It's asynchronous, so it returns that as a future, actually. And then this call will actually call the underlying platform. And this is all the caller sees. Nothing else really needs to concern them. There's an interface which is meant to guide the platforms, to show the different platforms what to implement. And the purpose of this becomes a little bit more clear in a few minutes. For now, just bear with me, except that there's an interface. And then there is the implementation of this interface. So here I'm setting up the Dart side of this interface, and I'm invoking a method call. So this was still all on the Dart side. They will now be matching iOS and Android components to set up the other side of this method channel here, to basically listen to the method, to the authenticate with biometrics method, and then act on it. I'm not going to go through the exercise again, but feel free to look at the code. Instead, what I want to talk a little more about is the plugin structure, and a special version of it, the federated plugin structure. Now, what this means is there are, for every package, for every plugin, there are 3 different types of packages. At the top level, there is the app-facing package. This is what any potential user of this plugin will see. There is, at the bottom level, there are platform packages for each platform that is supported. And in the middle, you have the interface that glues the two together, that basically tells the platform packages what functionality to provide and expose to the app-facing package. Each of these depends on the lower level, and it basically has to define a dependency. So why is this actually necessary? And let's say, so in the beginning, it wasn't necessary. In the early days, there was only, Flutter started out with only support for Android and iOS. And, anybody who felt like they would need to provide platform-specific information could do that for both sides simultaneously. No big deal. But the landscape has changed. There are now 6 different platforms, and there'll be more coming in the future. And this leads to an interesting problem, and this is basically why the Flutter team started to think about a little more sophisticated package structure, rather than having everything in a single package, to allow for this hierarchy of packages that then makes the base functionality of a package. So this is kind of normally what the scenario you face. You have a plugin developer here who wants to provide some functionality. So they provide this structure. They do an app-facing package, a platform interface package, and then they provide solutions for Android and iOS in this case. Typically, this is done kind of as you write these packages, you typically put them all into one unifying directory of the same name, and then underneath this directory, so in the same repo, underneath this repo, you have kind of a bunch of subdirectories for the different packages. Anybody who wants to use this package now simply adds the app-facing one as a dependency. So here's our app developer, Mary, who wants to use this functionality, and she says Flutter pub add. Let's say now there is another developer, a friend of the Penguin, who wants to provide a Linux version of this package, or basically wants to add Linux functionality to it. So this person would write a platform package, and now she has two, there can be 2 outcomes. She can go to plugin developer A and say, hey, I provided this new functionality. What do you think about it? And then the first person can say, oh, this is awesome. Let me add that to my package as a dependency. So all she needs to do is add this dependency at the interface level here. And from there on, Mary, whenever she now wants to provide her app for Linux, will automatically have the platform package available. But it might be that this person here does not manage to reach the original developer, or that the original developer decides like, nah, I don't like your solution, or I'm not working on this anymore, or whatever the reason may be, it might not work out. So what Mary can instead do, if she still wants to include the Linux capability, she can then just reference this package directly in addition to the original app-facing package. So now she has support for all three platforms. Let's say a year passes and there is another developer coming along who looks at the source code. Remember, everything is public domain and visible. Looks at the source code and says, nah, the Android package is outdated and I don't like it, and I think I have a better solution. And she writes a new version. Now, again, the original developer might decide to just swap out hers, but maybe she doesn't. Maybe she feels like her solution was actually pretty good altogether. And so Mary still has the option of now referencing the new package, and it will simply cancel out the one that was originally provided. Okay. So that was that's the motivation behind coming up with this fairly complicated structure of packaging plugin code. And in reality, it's actually not that difficult to set up, and there are some tools that provide you with a skeleton architecture already. And in fact, the example I showed you earlier about the biometric demo already had kind of the fundamentals in it. You just had to copy around a little bit more of the code. Here's a more interesting example. So here I have my top directory biometrics demo, and then in there I have the different packages. So here I'm looking at the app-facing package, and all of this is just the pubspec YAML. I'm not showing you any code anymore, just the pubspec YAML definition. So here we're looking at the app-facing package, and this app-facing package says it's providing support for two platforms, for Android and for iOS. It declares the default package. And in fact, this one here is interesting because it actually declares the default packages to be local by simply defining a path relative to my home directory biometrics demo. The intermediate level is here, and this one is very lightweight. This one just declares a generic package as a dependency, and yeah, that's it. And then I have the different platform packages. So in this case, I'm looking at the Android side, and this one says it implements the biometric demo, and then adds my and then defines my Android plugin. It adds the interface as a dependency. Again, this is just a relative path, not an external dependency. But here what I'm doing is that this package provides a promise that it will implement the biometric demo, and it does so by including the Android component. All right, I'm at the end. I want to summarize quickly. If you do any work in Flutter, you come across packages very quickly. They are extremely powerful, a good tool to extend your code base, to reuse and share code, and also to structure code. Plugins are special forms of packages that deal, in addition with the normal structuring, also with a way of making platform information accessible. And they do that by employing message channels that can be used to call native API functionality. And you can have a very straightforward plugin, but ideally you'll create a more sophisticated architecture and define a federated plugin, which has the advantage of allowing you and others to plug and play individual platform components, because you can't expect a single developer to write the perfect solution for all 6 existing platforms and whatever future platforms are coming up there. In general, this knowledge about packages and platforms is quite useful. I mean, even if you're just writing your beginner app and just consuming, of well-established packages, and by including it into your code, it's a very good exercise to actually look at the source, follow the structure, and look at the implementation. It gives you a very good idea about how people structure their code and also what's in a certain packet. So you never again need to just blindly accept somebody else's contribution. You can very easily look at the source code, figure out yourself what's in there, figure out whether you like the functionality or whether you maybe still just want to replicate it yourself in your own code. That's totally up to you. All right, last slide. Before I end, I want to point out a few resources. One of them, the first, is a bit of a cheap plug of an article I wrote myself, and it basically got me started on this talk. And in fact, I should back up a little bit. The second and the third are articles by a woman, a Flutter GDE from Saudi Arabia. She's working for Inventasa, and she's done amazing work explaining, written an amazing article series explaining the mechanism of method channels. And she also talks about a few more corner cases that I didn't mention. So I studied her work and then added a variation on top of that, where I took her demo and packaged it into a standalone unit. And that's the first article about. So all 3 are longer pieces of code if you want to dive a little bit deeper. Of course, I always recommend to look at the official documentation, and that's kind of this piece here. Google provides fantastic documentation for Flutter, and it's always changing, always updated, and very fun to read. And the packages and plugins chapter has lots of interesting stuff. And then finally, the last one is a little tutorial on a little YouTube video that explains in a fun way, once again, the difference between packages and plugins. Okay, that's it. I hope my future self will be joining the live session now, and we'll have a little bit of Q&A. But in the meantime, this is my contact information. Feel free to reach me per email, per Twitter, or whatever tool works for you. I'm going to post my slides later. I'm not sure where exactly, but I'll somehow make them available. So all these links will be available to you. Thank you very much for listening, and let's hand over to the discussion now. Bye-bye.
Hello again, future Sylvia. Thank you so much for the talk. Yeah, packages and plugins, always a very interesting topic. So always happy to have someone with as much experience as you talking about it. So you ready for short Q&A session?
Of course, I'm looking forward to it.
Perfect. So maybe also to you, do you want to share with me and the audience how your development journey started, like how you became interested in tech in general, and how did you get to the point where you are now?
Okay, that's going to be a very long story, but I try to keep it short.
We don't mind.
I basically right out of high school, decided that I was interested in tech. However, I went through high school at a time where kind of doing computer science in school was not common yet. And so I basically jumped in and started a computer science program in Germany. You hear from my accent, I'm German. And and I got hooked. I did lots of different things then. So after the end of my formal education, I ended up in the US, in California, did a follow-up program at a California university in Santa Barbara, and then a bunch of interesting jobs in the Silicon Valley. And since then, I've been moving around. I spent a few years in England, and and for the last 10 years, I've been living in South Africa, kind of adapting as the tech industry changes. What I did in my first few years is not really relevant anymore. Instead, we now have mobile capabilities. We have new stuff coming out all the time. And one of the things I really love is to kind of follow along and pick up new things as I go. And so this is actually where I ended up on Flutter.
Awesome. Thanks for that insight. I read in your bio that you are leading the GDT chapter in Cape Town. Is this correct?
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
Maybe you can also share some insights on what you're doing there,
Right.
and maybe also talk a bit to the audience about joining, maybe.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm glad you asked. So Google Developer Groups is a program by Google. We are not Google employees. We are volunteers, but Google provides a bit of infrastructure and sets up the program for us. It provides the framework. There are chapters in many cities. In fact, I think there are about 1,000 chapters worldwide. And wherever you're listening from now, just check if you have a local chapter available. There is a good chance there is one, and if not, you can actually found one if you want. What we do as Google Developer Groups, so each chapter defines their role a little bit differently. What we do in Cape Town a lot is we run monthly events, and typically, small tech tutorial style things. So we invite 2 or 3 speakers. During COVID times for the last few years, we met mostly online, but now we are actually going into in-person meetings again. So we provide a lot of networking opportunity, listen to a few speakers. Hopefully we have a sponsor who orders some pizzas for us. So a fat engineer listens better, we found. And yeah, we try to make it a fun event and try to give people, juniors and seniors, an opportunity to expand their work horizon a little bit, network with other people outside of the immediate company, kind of learn and get a few new ideas of what's about in the tech industry and so on. And so as the team lead, basically we are a bunch of, I think, 6 people at the moment. We just have a new cohort of organizers onboarded today. And so I facilitate the work, provide a little bit of help and oversight, use my networking skills to kind of find new speakers and so on, and stage these events.
Right. Thank you for sharing this as well. Sounds very interesting. So to the audience, if you're interested, just Google it and maybe you can start your own chapter in your hometown. So Sylvia, I also read that you are working at Rosendahl Labs, but as a freelancer. Is that correct?
It is, but it's a bit of a fake affiliation. So that's my private little company. So basically, I do freelance work only at the moment. So I do spend a lot of energy community building and kind of doing unpaid volunteer jobs. And then if I do client work, it is basically as my individual capacity. But since I can't just say not employed, and that would not be a fair reflection, I use Rosendahl Labs as my affiliation.
So there is also nothing like a usual working day for you. Every day is like
no, there is not. I do a lot of so a lot of my projects are really stuff that I do for fun. I see a need for an app that my household needs, so I quickly start writing it. And whenever I write an app or build a project or help somebody build a website or whatever the idea might be, I'm trying my best to use best practices, to not cut any corners, even though my typically I know I'll have a user of 1 or 2 user base. I still try to build my products kind of as solidly as possible with best engineering practices in mind, because the use case for me in my head is always like, maybe I'm learning something new that I can then turn into a blog post or tutorial or a talk at the next GDT event or so. Maybe it's something that other people will profit from. And so that's basically my typical workday.
Awesome. So, if you are contributing to things that you like, does that mean you're also contributing to open source projects, to bigger projects, or do you really scale it with just your household apps as you?
I'm a big fan of the open source community. I don't contribute too much myself. I studied this, so I get a lot of benefit out of studying open source code. Basically, as a one-person development shop, you do so much depend on input from outside, and like studying other people's code is one great way for me to expand my tech skills. And so when I come across small things where I feel there is something I spotted and I can help with, I happily do that. But I don't typically take on bigger open source projects. And that's just, there's no good reason for it. I should really, and I have it on my list.
It's just a personal favor.
It just never came up at the moment. So.
All right. At the end of your talk, you gave us some of the resources from your talk, but maybe do you have some more to add, like maybe books, blogs, something like that, when it comes to packages and plugins?
Yes. So the one I highlighted is really a very good start. So I think so I'm not aware of any books. There are a few beginner books about Flutter, but nothing specifically on packages and plugins, because ultimately it's too small for a book. In general, I would always recommend start with the official documentation. Google has a massive amount of documentation out, and in their official documentation, they always have a curated list of further reading where they point to community contributions, blog posts, videos, and so on. They also do similar occasional big events, like we just had one big conference called, I think it was Flutter Extended. Every year they pick a new name. I think this time was Flutter Extended. And no, it wasn't Extended. It was, I'm blanking on the name. Search for Flutter Conference. It happened in Nairobi in February, and so they, that's their time where they announce new events, but they also are new developments in Flutter. But they also use this opportunity to launch a lot of new training material, typically in form of videos, and that is a great source for me. So in this massive amount of material, plugins and packages are only one component, but I mean, there is a lot more to discover, and all these resources are fairly fresh, are curated well, so you can have some confidence that you're not kind of learning about something that has been replaced by the latest news pad or so. It typically, you get a good idea from watching a video whether it's up to date or kind of an outdated technology. And yeah, I basically, I spent a lot of time following Google documentation and kind of the transitive closure of Google documentation, which is like what Google developer experts who are following the Google sphere very closely, what they produce.
Right, thank you. Earlier, before we played your talk, you said you aren't referring enough to things that Edo was referring in his talk. Do you maybe have some things left on your mind that you want to share with the audience?
Well, I want to point out once again that Flutter is really very closely related to React Native. And the two are competitors, and typically, so while you played the video, I Googled a little more again, because I've actually never worked with React Native myself, or at least not past the kind of very, very quick intro. I got stuck on Flutter very quickly, but I know a lot of people who use React Native instead, and the two systems have very similar purpose. There are subtle little differences. Like, my feeling is that React Native gives you a little more control over the UI. Flutter is a little more opinionated. On the other hand, Flutter seems to give you slightly easier access to the underlying layer through the platform mechanism that I described today. So there are subtle differences, and people like one or the other. If you come from a React world, you probably find React Native more comfortable. If you come from the Android world like I did, you might be more comfortable with Flutter. But ultimately, I don't really want to pitch one against the other. It is kind of a matter of taste, which of the two technologies you land on. They are just very similar.
Yeah, but better not get too political when it comes to that.
Yeah.
We'll start
True.
All right. Sylvia, thank you so much for the talk and also for the Q&A afterwards. Hope to see you next time on a live day, and greetings to South Africa. Bye. All right. And before we go on to the next talk of the day, just a short 3-minute break.
To reach so many people face to face in one place is quite unique.
And right back to the mobile development world. The next speaker of the day is Solutions Architect at Orion Innovation. He loves Android development on many different devices and With his over 7 years of experience in the field, you can bet that he certainly knows what he's talking about. Welcome, Fedor. Hello, Fedor. You are muted. But I want to talk as I was muted.
Yes, I am. Hello. Yeah.
Hello. So good to have you. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm okay. Thank you.
Super. Perfect. So, Fedor, would you mind telling the audience and me a bit about what we are going to learn from you today?
Yes. So I will be talking about non-mobile Android development. So basically about development for wearables, about development for cars, for TVs. So Android kind of expands into this area a lot recently. And this idea of moving beyond just smartphone is always exciting for me. So I like to share this with people.
Awesome. What a gripping topic, I have to say. So I don't want to steal any more of your talking time. And without further ado, Fedor, I would say stage is all yours.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, everyone. We'll be talking today about Android beyond mobile, as we already discussed. So my name is Fedor. I'm from Novi Sad, Serbia. I work in a company called Orion Innovations, and I work on Android. So hopefully you will be interested in what I have to speak about today, and hear my contacts on the screen. So if you have any questions afterwards and I don't have the time to answer them here, you may contact me and ask. So I want to start with a little statistics. And this is, of course, statistics about Android operation system as a whole. And the numbers here are pretty impressive, right? Android is feeling great. So there are, according to Google, 3 billion of active users worldwide for Android. So this is over 70% of Android, of smartphone market globally. 1 billion new devices shipped every year. So Android as a system is definitely a success. It's feeling great, but this raises question, the challenge for Google, basically how to grow from that, right? There is just not enough people in the world to, at least soon there will be not enough people in the world to buy all the Android devices to use them. So of course, it means that you may now work on the quality and try to improve overall experience. But another answer that Google recently announced is called Better Together. And here's a quote from their keynote on the Dev Summit recently. And it says that now they want to move beyond single device, beyond just mobile phones. And they're saying that truly exceptional experience is not for just mobile phone anymore. It's for the entire Android ecosystem. And what they mean by that is that you now moving to other types of devices, right? So here are a couple of screenshots from Google I/O last year. And you can see that they basically saying phone is at the center, but you extend beyond the phone. And in the picture right, you even can see that not the phone is in the center, but the smartwatch and the tablet. So basically, in the last couple of years, Google decided that it will be beneficial for them, beneficial for Android as an ecosystem, beneficial for user to share the experience across multiple devices. So basically have it all together when the user is doing something on their watch, doing something in their car, doing something on the TV, and doing something on the phone. And this all creates this merged experience. So this means that I wanted to talk about all of them together and kind of give an overview today about different systems that fit into this category. So first, for watches, it's Wear OS. Then for TV, there is Android TV and Google TV, which is a bit confusing because they are two different things. But you need to know the difference as a developer, of course. And then there's two different things for cars as well. So this is Android Automotive OS and Android Auto. So for each of this system, I'm going to talk about what they are and how developing for them is different from developing to just the smartphone application. And since it's 5 different systems and I only have, I don't know, 45 minutes to talk about them, I'm of course not going to go too deep into details. I'm not going to show any code. I'm sorry if you like looking at the code on the slides. So since I just don't have enough time to go into the details, my goal here is just to tell you as a developers about these different systems and what you can expect if you never develop for one of them, and how it's great time now to go into them. So think that you can now enhance experience of your app to these different platforms. So just to not waste any more time, let's jump right into Wear OS. And Wear OS is probably the system which has been the favorites of Google lately. On one of their keynotes, they even went as far as to say that smartwatch is the next evolution of mobile computing. So it's basically the next smartphone is a smartwatch. They expect a lot more people to get smartwatches. And they invest a lot of effort into making Wear OS or Android for wearable much more developed, much more popular, much more successful. And they have their work cut out for them. So basically, Android or Wear or Android Wear has been around for a number of years. It was released in 2014 and it was called Android Wear back then. And it didn't get a lot of love from users initially. So basically, it had a relatively small share of the market of wearable devices. And maybe around 2018, not maybe, just in 2018, they decided to do something about this. They rebranded it to Wear OS, but it was mostly a marketing move. It was still Android back then. So the real stuff started to happen in 2021 when Wear OS 3.0 got released. So the most important thing probably about this release was that Google announced a partnership with Samsung in wearable area. And this announcement told us that Samsung is going to drop their system, Tizen, in favor of Wear OS. And this was a huge news back then because Tizen at the moment, or Google, Samsung smartwatches, like Galaxy watches, they were more popular. They had bigger market share than all of Wear OS devices put together. So the idea that Samsung drops Tizen and becomes a partner with Google on Wear OS was a big thing. So Samsung announced next Galaxy Watch, and it was basically the first device running Wear OS 3.0. And since then, you can see that it looks like it's been quite successful for Samsung, because they now release new Galaxy Watch 5. They plan to release Galaxy Watch 6, and these are quite popular devices. So as I don't have the exact latest like sales numbers, but previously it was the share was growing year after year, the number of devices shipped. And Google themselves released a Pixel Watch recently, like last year, which is also quite successful from what I've heard. So they sold a lot of these. They do it in partnership with Fitbit. Well, when I say partnership here, it's actually Google acquired Fitbit. So I don't know the exact relationship inside of Google there, but it's quite an interesting topic, I guess. But still, these two watches, so Galaxy watches from Samsung and Pixel watches from Google, they represent the latest and greatest in the wearable in terms of Android. This basically means that if you decide to develop for Android for Wear OS, for Android for wearables, then you have these great devices to work with. So traditionally, Wear OS branched out from Android, right? And traditionally, there were always two types of application you can develop for wearable. And this was like mobile companion application and a standalone application. So mobile companion, of course, means that you need to have your smartphone with you, and the watch is connected to the network through the smartphone. So most of the applications initially developed for Wear OS, for Android Wear, was in this category, mobile companion. But lately, Google more and more pushes into the direction of standalone application, basically saying that, yeah, it's nice if you have it together with your phone, but sometimes user don't want to take their phone with them, for example, when they go for a run or something like that. And wearable can be a great replacement here for a smartphone for these specific scenarios. So the standalone application is all the rage lately, and if you develop, you may want to look into this category. Of course, the first one is still supported, so if you need a smartphone for some reason, then it's okay. But developing for this type of device, developing for wearable, is quite different from developing from the standard Android device. Oh, so the Wear OS is still Android underneath, but there, from development perspective, and specifically from UI UX development, it's very different. First, the tasks that you want to perform on your watch are very different from the task you do on your phone. Google calls it critical tasks. So basically, notifications, navigation, fitness, like health and fitness tracking, time. So this kind of things, which basically, the idea is that the user just wants to glance on their wrist and see that something, some information there, but he doesn't want to like press there, engage, like play games there. It's completely different for the wrist. And the second thing, so you need to optimize for the wrist. This means that because it's device on your hand, user only have one hand, right, to operate on the device, then it's much smaller. So the touch surface is much smaller. You don't want user to touch too much, but at the same time, there might be different input methods like rotary knobs on the like buttons on the watch. So this is a bit different. So you want to optimize for that. And this includes using appropriate surfaces. So on the picture here, you can see different types of surfaces available for watches, like overlays or tiles. And they are rather different from what you would expect from what you're familiar with if you are a smartphone Android developer. So I'm going to go into more details about these surfaces a bit later, but the idea here is that you want to aid user to complete tasks from other devices. So it's not only like developing application specifically for the watch, but maybe you helping, I don't know, manage playback on some other device, or get notification from your smartphone. So these type of tasks that you may be thinking about. So the watch can be a great feature. The wearable support can be a great feature for your mobile app too. So this is like a very generic ideas, but they kind of important for when you develop. So you need to understand that you're not just developing another application for different screen sizes. You developing different kind of experience. And of course, the last point I added for myself, so previous four, like from Google, the last one for myself, just save battery, because smartwatches really, they don't have a lot of juice. That's what I would say. So you need to be very careful and not to spend it on, even in comparison to mobile devices. So to achieve all these goals, first thing that you need to think about, the first thing that may help you is a proper modularization of your app. So the idea here is that whether you start with a mobile application and you want to transfer it on Wear OS, or you just create an application from scratch. Usually, it's a good idea to have a good modularization of your app, so the good architecture, basically. And make sure that you separate your UI from your logic and from the data, because if you do it properly, it becomes very easy to create like multi-device experience, because you just need to replace mobile UI and wearable UI elements, and the domain logic and the data, they can be shared across the wearable app and mobile app. That's why it's so great that this is basically still Android. So it's called Wear OS, but underneath it's still Android. So you may expect that a lot of stuff that works on mobile phones will also work on your Wear OS devices. So this is probably the most important part about the development for a wearable, just modularization, just the proper architecture. The second important part is the UI. So I was already mentioning these surfaces, and here are just a few examples. There are more surfaces, I think, for wearables in Wear OS, but the idea here is that you first, of course, has watch faces. So just, it's still a watch. You still want to see the time. Then there's like notifications. Yeah, so there's some animation. I hope that StreamYard shows it to you smoothly. But basically, notifications is this something that you often takes on your watch. So you just take a glance and maybe you have a message or something like that. So this eliminates the need to take the phone out of the pockets of this like basic scenario. Then there are overlays. So when you have more information that you want to show to users, so it's like scrollable screen on a watch. Then there is a thing called complication. So this is like these small circles at the sides of the watch face. So it's like weather and a number of glasses of water you drank today, for example. And then there's the tiles, which are like this swipeable bits from different applications, which just display some kind of information, again, like the weather, for example, or calendar, or maybe navigation or timer or something like that. So when you develop an app for wearable, this kind of UI experiences you create, and this is kind of surfaces you use. So you need to create them, you need to support them. Like, for example, you may want to show some complication on your watch face. So you need to make sure you know how to combine it and make it integral part of your development. Then you have things like task switching and ongoing activity indicators. So this is the indicator saying that something is happening on the phone, timer is running, maybe navigation. So this is like hourglass thing at the bottom. And you can, so this is basically the idea of tasks running on your smartwatch. And you can switch between these tasks either with like double presses on the button on the watch, or through this something called launcher that is basically list all these tasks. But the one interesting thing about development for Wear OS is that Compose is actually now a recommended approach for Wear OS development. So Compose just recently been released for wearables for Wear OS, but it has a lot of elements now, and Google thinks that it's even the better approach. So elements like, for example, this curved text here. So there are a lot more elements. I just have this 7 on the screen, but there are a lot more. So curved text to like go around the screen, or maybe some cards or chips to list through. So this is all specific to watches, and there are a lot of these elements. So when you develop, you basically, your surfaces are different, your elements are different, but this creates like this user experience which doesn't feel out of place, like you just moved it from mobile to screen which doesn't suit it. No, the difference is like round screen or the small one, it requires this. So there is a link on the talk where Google guys talking about Compose for Wear OS. So if you're interested, you can take it as a starting point. But of course, Google has a lot of documentation about this. So unfortunately, this is all the time I have for Wear OS. But just to recap, Wear OS is still Android, even though there's a lot of customizations, and development for Wear OS means that you need to basically learn a new way to work with UI, new elements, new surfaces. And if you just start, and maybe you can start just with Compose, because it will be, it seems like the way Google wants to go in the future. And Google does invest into Wear OS heavily. There are a lot of news coming out, like every Google I/O, every Dev Summit, every conference, Google posts, everything. But at the same time, they rely heavily on their partners. It's obvious they do a lot of things together with Samsung and Fitbit. I didn't have the time to talk about health services, but there are a lot of these health and fitness services activity lately, and it's very relevant for wearables, of course. And we as developers also kind of, they target because they want us to create more and more experience for wearable together with mobile development. And it can be really beneficial for your app if you start thinking about this, that maybe you don't want to create just a new app specifically for wearables, but if you already have an app, you may enhance user experience with more wearable stuff. Okay, so moving on to the next system, and this is still called Android, or specifically Android TV. And Google is saying that, considering that TV is the largest screen in the home, it's also probably the most important. This is arguable, but it shows you that Google really thinks about TV as an important part of their overall Android ecosystem. And Android TV has been around since 2014, so the same time that Android Wear was released, but it had much better start than Android Wear. Apparently, Android as a system was much better suited for TV applications than for wearables out of the box. So by now they have like 40% smart TV market share worldwide. That's the latest number I've seen. So they report like more than 100 million active monthly devices running Android TV, 300 partners, including 7 of 10 top TV manufacturers, guys like Sony and Philips and others. A lot of TV providers work together with them. So there are a lot of apps on the market for TV. So Android TV as a system is feeling great. If Wear OS is trying to push into this market and grow the share, so Android TV is already on the leading positions. So from development perspective, the main difference when you develop is shown on this picture. So basically, the screen is much bigger, but it's far away from the user. So the user cannot touch the screen, right? So user is far away, and the screen is much bigger. So this creates a few differences in terms of development. And the first difference is just you need to make it beautiful. So this is probably the favorite system, should be the favorite system for like graphical designers, from UI UX designers, because you have this big screen and you want the picture to be just beautiful, to be artistic, to be engaging to user in this visual way. So there are some guidelines from Google that help with that. I'm not going to go into them. From the software developer perspective, Android TV is the closest to traditional Android development. So most of the functionality which is available on traditional Android is available here, and at least in terms of the UI development. There are some additions on top of that. In Android X, in Jetpack, there's several TV-specific libraries which fall into this. They basically all called lean back. So basically, the idea that you lean back on your couch and you watch TV, I guess. So there are like multiple UI elements, layout, themes, screens there. For example, like this menu on the left, this idea of like scrollable rows of videos. So this is kind of specific for TV, and Leanback provides you with tools to implement this. I'm not going to go into details because it's very close to traditional Android development. But I want to mention another difference in terms of developing for TV rather than for mobile. So you have rather different set of hardware capabilities on TVs, right? So there is no touch screen, there is no camera, there is no location information. There usually no ability to make calls or something like that. But at the same time, you must support remote controls and preferably support the gaming controllers. So this means that user will navigate through your app a bit different. But it makes sense that there's only a limited number of types of applications which make sense on the TV and which have the chance to pass the Google review on the market, right? So this is like playback apps to play video, whether it's local or whether it's somewhere in the clouds. It's content search apps to find the video you want to look. It's games, obviously. It's TV channels and it's Google Cast Receiver. So this is just 5 categories that are currently supported for TVs. So if you look at the type of apps, it's usually some. There is like no texting application here. But if your app falls into one of these categories, then you probably want to have it on TV, of course. One thing which I want to mention is Google TV, which is not the same as Android TV. So Google TV is this. It's not an operation system. It's like a launcher on top of Android TV, right? So this is more of content building system and UI experience for user to be like a default experience on top of Android TV devices. Not very relevant for developers, in my opinion. So this is more for OEM providers. But one thing that which might be more interesting for developers is the current focus of Android on large screen devices. So you probably seen this app and seen the talks from Google that say that you now want to develop an UI experience which is expandable, so basically which can fit all kind of form factors, including tablets, including laptops, Chrome OS devices. So this is not this specifically for TV, but since TV is also a big screen, this might be relevant and useful on Android TV because it's possible to use the same tools on Android TV devices. Okay, so just to recap, Android TV. Android always been good for TV devices, and it's feeling great. It has a big market share, and development for it's closest to traditional Android development. Although there are obviously a number of differences and specific applications that make sense there, but the stuff which is happening on large screens might be also kind of utilized here. So if you do the Android TV development, there's something that you might look into. So moving on for the next system, and Android for cars, and this is probably my favorite. The vision that Google has for cars is a safe and seamless connected experience in every car, and the main focus here is on safe. So when you're driving, you're not only user, you're also a driver. So the safety becomes a primary concern because nobody wants accidents. There's actually 2 different systems that Google has for based on Android for cars, and this is Android Auto and Android Automotive. And even the names are similar, right? So there are usually a lot of confusion. The main difference is that Android Auto, as on this picture, is actually the system which runs on your phone, and it's just connected to your car through cable or maybe Bluetooth. But Android Automotive is something that is running on your car. So this is actually not operation system Android Auto. Android Auto is kind of like a protocol which makes it possible for a car to become like an accessory for a phone, and to get to basically just project the screen on the car display. So everything runs on the phone, and this system has been a while, or this has been around for like 7 years now, 8 years, since 2015, and a lot of cars support it. Even cars with completely different operation systems, not running Android. And traditionally, there were a very limited number of applications, like just messaging and media applications, which are supported there. But with Android Automotive OS, which was released much more recently, everything runs on a car. So this is Android integrated into car head unit. So cars with Android Automotive first appeared in the 2020. So now there are more cars running it from different vendors, mostly electric cars. I think Google makes it conscious effort to focus on electric cars when it comes to Android Automotive OS for environmental reasons, I guess. And now there are more types of applications which can be created for these systems. So traditionally, like I said, there were only messaging and audio apps, but now you have point of interest and navigation type of apps, which were released which were started to appear a couple of years ago. But the last years they added 2 new types of applications supported on cars. So this is video and IoT. So for example, you now can watch YouTube on your car screen, and you don't need your phone for that. It's playing on your car. And then you have IoT apps, which is basically like things if you want to open your garage door from your car screen, this kind of scenario. So the idea here is that they expand the number of applications very rapidly. So if like 3 years ago, you only had a handful of applications which made sense on the cars. Now you have the market, and now you have all these new types that appear. So each of these types, however, is very limited on the car. So there are a list of predefined templates that are relevant for each type of this car, and I'll talk about the templates a little more. And all of the apps must follow something called driver distraction guidelines, which I also will be talking about. So this is all the templates, at least, achieved through something called CarApp library. And this library provides basically a developer with a list of templates. So it's not possible for a regular developer, unless you work for OEMs, for car manufacturer, to just put anything they want on a car screen. So there are like a list of predefined templates like grid or navigation or message template. And you as a developer of the application is just choosing one of these templates, and you not choosing how to render this template, how to draw it. So instead, you kind of just create a service in your app which chooses the template and which provides the information to fill this template. And the rendering, the actual drawing of the screen, will be done by the host. And the host is either Android Auto, which means your like Play services thing running on your phone, or Automotive OS. So the host is the one which decides how to draw it, how to represent it to user, and you just basically fill in the information there. So this approach has 2 purposes. First, obvious purpose is that with this approach, when the host is the one basically doing the rendering for the screen and stuff like that, you now have limited development effort. So you develop your app for a smartphone, and it automatically will be drawn by host. So your app can run on both hosts. It can run on your phone, it can run on the car, and it will be the same app, but the rendering will be different. And the second approach is that it helps to follow this driver distraction guidelines. And this is probably the most important and most interesting thing about writing an app for these cars, because these guidelines they make it clear that you don't want to distract user you don't want this basically. You don't want people looking at your app while they're driving, just to avoid accidents. And there are two additional mechanisms which help to enforce this. This is called driving states and UX restrictions. So driving states is like the state of your car where it is, and it's either parked or idling or moving. So basically, parked car is standing and the engine is off. Moving, you're driving. Idling, you probably standing on the lights or something like that. And the idea is that there gradually more and more restrictions being applied to your app when it starts moving. So for example, when it's parked, you can watch videos and messaging. Then when it's idling, you can probably take a look at your messages, but you will not be allowed to watch videos. And when there is moving, no videos, no text, nothing. So the idea here is that when you develop your app, you need to have these restrictions in your mind and make sure that you do not distract the user too much. So the system itself, Google shows, as you can see, there are more and more apps types allowed. So Google invests a lot. The lot of new features coming out every year for these systems. So even though it's technically two different things, Android Auto and Android Automotive, for developers, it's very similar. You probably can develop an app which will be running on both. That you will need to do some small adjustments probably for each system, but it will be very limited. But development for it's very different from traditional Android development. First, you cannot really control screen layout, so this will be done by the host. And second, you don't want to increase user engagement, which is very strange for traditional development. So instead of trying to increase user engagement, you want to limit it to not distract the driver from the first thing, from basically looking at the road and being safe. And since I don't have too much time, I want to move to summary. So basically, there are three kind of form factors which we talked about. First is Wear OS, and this one got most love from Google in recent years. So it seems that it pays off. The system becomes more and more interesting, more and more mature. There are positive feedback from users about it. Then there is Android TV, which always been great for TV. So it seems that Google do not change it that much just because they don't need to. It's already doing fine. And cars is this new emerging thing when there is a lot of cars on the road, and Google wants to have Android in a lot of them. So this can be a huge potential market for applications. So as a developers, what we can see the common among all these systems. Well, first, it's still Android. It's still the same architecture. Your developer skills are relevant, and Google relies on third-party developers a lot. So they support most of the Google services on all these systems, and they try to provide common APIs which will be relevant for development. But beyond that, they also now talking more and more about the APIs which help to develop for multiple devices. So create like multiple device experiences. And one good example here is a cross-device SDK. So cross-device SDK is now in a developer preview. And this allows you to create this multi-device sessions. Right now is just for, I believe, phones and tablets, but it's clear that they want to move further to watches, to cars, to everything. And the idea behind this SDK is that you now have this sessions which you can transfer from one device to another, and to create this experiences when user just have this single activity moved from one device to another. So there are a couple of examples here. First one is that you basically watch a video, and on your phone you have a call, and at first when the call arrives, it's like lowers the volume on the video, and when you answer a call, it automatically pauses the video. So this is like one example of this better together mindset. Other two examples that Google showed is this unlocking your phone with your watch scenario, and unlocking your car with your phone. So you can imagine a lot of scenarios like that, especially with this IoT sphere, when you can have like garage doors open from your car, or maybe your home alarm managed from your wrist or something like that. So this is better together mentality, and this is what I want to finish with. So basically, for me as a developer, and I hopefully that for you too, if you are an Android developer, this shows a very interesting future where you do not just develop an app for smartphone. You now developing an experience for user who moves between devices. You basically create something for smartphone, but then you do a user can move from your smartphone to watch and do something there, and maybe there's some notification you'll show on the car for user. So you basically just like surround user with this ecosystem, and your app is not just an app now, it's like this experience for user to live in and see on different devices. So for me, this sounds very exciting and very interesting, and I hope for you too. So thank you for your attention. I think we have like 10 minutes for questions, right? So maybe we can start with it.
Well, Fedor, thank you so much for all these insights. I really enjoyed your talk. Also, I loved the interactions you gave at the end with like unlocking your car with the watch. And in general, I always love to see some pixel devices. All right. If you're ready, we have still some time left for quick Q&A.
Mm-hmm.
And one question would be, the Google Glass project has been revived. Can you tell us something about
it? Was it? I haven't heard about it. This is interesting. I mean, I think it makes sense. I mean, one limitation that they never were able to overcome is just hardware, right? So maybe the technology was not there at the moment. And now with better screens, better cameras, like more powerful chips, and with things like AI now, it makes much more sense. So maybe for me, the AR, so artificial reality, was So it was always very interesting thing to see something like integrated into real world. So yeah, I'm excited to hear about that. I don't know the details.
But still seems so futuristic, I think, like this all AR thing. But who, if not Google, to make such a project? Maybe apart from the Google Glass, can you imagine other projects in this area? Like, okay, we're approaching like the time of also smart homes, like where everything is automated. Do you see any other use cases maybe for Android wearables?
For
Or
so
household projects?
if we're talking about the smart homes and stuff like that, so Google twice tried to enter this water, basically with Android. I mean, the last attempt was called Android Things, and Google basically killed it a few years ago because it didn't have enough interest. So Android as a whole is a rather heavy system. So that's one of the reasons why it's so well running on TVs, for example, because TV they don't care about battery, they have a lot of computing power, so stuff like that. With IoT, with embedded devices or smart home devices, you need like much smaller footprint. You're not talking about gigabytes of memory, you're talking about megabytes or even kilobytes. So Android really struggles in this kind of scenario. Still, Google obviously has a lot of interest in there, and I then Fuchsia, their new OS, which they play with a lot. This seems to be a good fit for this kind of scenarios, and if mostly right now, from what I've heard, it's like devices for managing your smart home. So like this tablet-like devices when you just adjust settings for your, I don't know, for temperature, for conditioning, for like close open blinds on your windows, stuff like that. But yeah, Google definitely interested. They just didn't manage to enter this market yet, but they will probably try again. Yeah.
Yeah, Android sometimes has a bit of a problem with scaling to its hardware when we're looking at like flagship smartphones with 16 gigs of RAM and everything. So yeah, could cause troubles in smaller devices. But wasn't there recently also it's called Google Nest, I think. Have you heard of that? I think they're introducing it with like the new tablet they want to do,
Yeah.
which is also like kind of a smart home device, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. So basically, with smart home, you have usually like endpoint devices. So again, like your smart bulbs or power outlets or your smart fridge or something like that, and then you have some device to manage it. Like so, Google Nest is probably into this category. And one thing I didn't have time to talk about is, of course, Google Assistant, because it works across all devices, and this is probably like the central point for Google. Just this system which is supposed to listen to you everywhere and to help you to manage this experience of multiple devices with your voice, and of course collect a lot of data for Google. But
well, yeah, but since we have still some minutes left talking about Google Assistants, is there maybe something more for us to know, some insights? Is this like working the same way on every device? Is it like the same core architecture and just adapted to the device, or is there more to it?
Exactly. So there, on the last Dev Summit, there was a talk specifically for that, for I don't remember the exact name, but basically it's Android Assistant on different form factors. And the idea here is that the overall Android Assistant architecture and how you integrate it into your app is the same, but there are specific things that you need to do as a developer to adjust it for wearable or for car, for example, because even different scenarios make sense on a different form factor. So like on wearable, you may want to say something like, I don't know, what is my current heart rate? And this type of command will make sense in wearable. And in car, it can be something like open garage door, or I don't know, build me a map, like a route to the mall or to home, to work, something like that. So the different kind of intents will be handled on different kind of devices. And this is, again, this better together. So basically you're sitting in your car with your phone, with your watch, and when you're talking, it needs to know who is answering you, because
Yeah, maybe you have to name your devices like you name your children or something, to just so they always know whom you're talking to.
Just better not let them talk among each other, because
yeah, I've seen Terminator 2, yes.
Yeah, with ChatGPT, I think it's closer and closer.
Yeah, we're approaching slowly but surely. But okay, but that basically means Google is giving the same data sets for training to every implementation of Google Assistant, and the developer has to tell the system what to do with this information, if that was like the core function.
So I think the way Google Assistant works is that it's like natural language processing. So basically, when the person saying something and say Google, I don't know, do something, right? This do something is just Google Assistant just converts it into intent and just saying, okay, who can handle this kind of scenario? And in your app, you can basically create your own type of intent. So basically, Google will just say, okay, he's talking about, I don't know, garage and a door, or like a fire alarm or something. Who knows anything about fire alarm? Yep. And yeah, if your app say, okay, that's for me.
Are you using a lot of smart devices in your daily life?
Not really. So I like this idea. I read about this, and I like to play with stuff like this. So it's more like for work. But for my home, unfortunately, yeah, because I rent apartment, I cannot really install like a lot of smart home devices there. Okay.
But maybe you use your Google Assistant for like setting an alarm clock or something.
Yeah, sure. But this is not like
yeah, this very basic, but nevertheless, hey, it's I'm positive that that's more than 80% of the users use it for. So,
well, because it makes sense.
Yeah. All right, Fedor, thank you so much for the insights, the awesome talk, and also for the Q&A. Wish you a nice rest of the day, and hopefully see you soon. Bye.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for having me. Goodbye.
And we go right to the next speaker. He is developer evangelist at AWS France. In the last 20 years, he worked for startups as well as also some large enterprises, and he's experienced in building and leading tech teams. Welcome, Sebastian.
Hello, Benedict. Hello, everybody. Thank you for welcoming me today.
Sebastian, hello. Thank you so much for joining us. How is it in France? Is it also cloudy like Edo has it in Italy, or do you have some sunshine left?
No, I'm living in north of France, and you know, north of France has a bad reputation in terms of weather, but even north of France is sort of somewhere else. So today it's good with blue sky. It's not very warm, like 8 degrees, but a bit of wind. That's the weather today.
Too close to the channel.
Yes, we are very close. Yeah. London is 1.5 hours by train from here.
Oh, like a day's trip. Perfect.
Yeah, I can
All right.
go back and forth the same day for work.
Ah. All right, but apart from the weather and your situation with London, you have also other things to tell us. So maybe do you want to give us some insights in what we are going to learn from you today?
Yes, in this talk, I'm going to talk to mobile application developer. And I watched the talks before me and the agenda for the talks after me. It looks like I'm going to be the iOS talk in between Android's talk. But actually, it's just the example. The example I choose for my application and for the topics I would like to talk about, it's an iOS app. But the topic itself applies to all platforms. So you can apply and use the same tools and the same framework on Android or Flutter or even web technologies like React, for example. And what you're going to learn, hopefully, is why and how to develop offline first application. I will start by explaining what is an offline first application, why customers are expecting that from you. And then what are the challenges to develop an application that can continue to work while you are offline? You know, when you are under the tunnel between France and UK, in a train, in a bus, or in a remote area where you just have edge connectivity, there is nothing more frustrating than having your app not being able to work anymore because there is no data connection.
Okay. Sounds very interesting and also very practical. You got my full attention, and I would say without further ado, stage is all yours.
Thank you very much, Benedict. I'll let you keep an eye on the chat, and if you have questions during my talk, chat them, post them, and we will debrief with Benedict at the end of the talk. I will have a short demo as well of an application I made to illustrate all the principle I'm talking about in this talk, and I'll share you the URL of the source code. So if you want to look into more details about the source code, if you want to steal a bit of source code, you're welcome to do so. The idea is to let you start as quickly as possible using this type of technology. And of course, I'm also going to use the AWS cloud as an example because I'm working for AWS. So that's the example I choose there. But let's go back to the subject first. Offline first application. What does it mean to create an offline application? It means an application that continues to work even if there is degraded, it's not easy to pronounce, network performance. It might mean no network at all or very slow network. And of course, the recommendation here is not to provide an application that works with 100% of its functionalities while the user is offline, but at least provide an application that doesn't crash, that continue to work and perform basic operation, even if it is disconnected from the network. And that will bring a couple of challenges, of course, about caching the data and about synchronization of the data when the application comes back. And that's what I'm going to talk during this talk. It means that to be able to provide a service to your user while the user is offline, you need to bring part of the data back from the cloud and install them on the local device of the user. In a sense, in terms of architecture, it means each local device of all your user are becoming partitions of your system. You have the main partition, which is the source of truth, the main database on the backend, on the cloud, for example. And then each user will have a subset of the data on their device. And these are going to be like a copy, a partition of your application, of your system. And maybe you study something called the CAP theorem, you know, C-A-P, the CAP theorem. CAP is C, it's consistency, A, it's availability, and P is partitioning. And typically we represent, oops, I should not touch my microphone, but we typically represent that in a triangle. You have C, A, and P. And what the CAP theorem says is that in the system, you have consistency, availability, or partitioning. And when you have these three, you have to choose amongst two and only two. So you can have a consistent system, strongly consistent and highly available, or you can have a consistent system with data partitioning, or you can have data partitioning and high availability of your data. But you cannot have the three together. That's the CAP theorem. Here, when we create an offline first application, we create a partition of the data. So we have to choose between consistency or availability, and we choose for high availability. So your data are still there, even when the network is off, even when the partition is disconnected. But that comes at the price of consistency, strong consistency. So I'm going to spend a lot of time in this presentation to explain you how to detect a conflict and how to resolve conflict as well, and give you some example of strategies that we have implemented in our tools for you. The goal, of course, is to provide a good user experience because today, customer, when they start a mobile application, they expect the mobile application just to work and to have data everywhere, data connectivity everywhere. It might be a bank, a chat application, a game. Your customer are expecting and are deserving a great customer experience, a great user experience, even on slow or non-existent networks. And of course, offline works with real-time as well, because if your data is a partition of the global system data set, you want to be notified, your user wants to be notified when something is changing on the backend. So if something happens on the backend, I don't want to wait to kill my app and restart my app to get a refresh. I want to get refresh in real time as well. Or maybe when I reconnect, after being disconnected, I want the application to automatically synchronize. So you see, offline and real time, it's a bit different, but it's interconnected subject. So I'm going to address the two, because again, that's what your customer are expecting. They are expecting to have a chat app. They are used to work with Google Docs or things like that, and they expect your application to behave the same, so that the data that your customers see are the latest real-time known status of the data. So real-time on one side, offline on the other side. And I should put data in the middle there, because data is what it is all about, how your mobile application can handle data. I didn't introduce myself. My name is Sebastian. Everybody call me Seb, so you can call me Seb too. It's easier, it's shorter. I work as a developer advocate for AWS. I'm based in France, as we said at the beginning, but I'm contributing to talks and blogs all over the planet. You can follow me on Twitter as long as Twitter exists, or on Mastodon with the same name, Sebsto. I have a quite rich GitHub repository, set of repositories as well on Sebsto. Because I have my AWS hat, I will show you how to achieve offline first and real time using an open source framework provided by AWS that's called AWS Amplify. It's a set of libraries that you can include in your code, on your client-side code, to connect to a cloud-based backend, and it will generate a cloud-based backend as well. So even if you are not a cloud expert, that thing, Amplify, will generate a GraphQL API, a database, file storage on S3 and everything. I will not focus too much on the backend side here. I will mostly focus on the client-side code, but all the backend infrastructure is handled by, it's managed by AWS Amplify. So it's very easy for a front-end developer, a client application developer, to actually get started with a database and a GraphQL managed API in the cloud. And as I said earlier to Benedict, the demo I'm going to do and to show you today is using Apple iOS and Swift. Amplify is available for all platforms. I had to choose one, and that's the one I know best. But everything I'm going to talk to you about is also applicable to Android, Flutter, React, Angular, Vue, you name it. Amplify support all of these frameworks. So I have a video recording of my demo, but I feel a bit adventurous here, and I think I'm going to skip the video demo and show you the real actual demo, because we have a bit of time. We have 45 minutes to do that. The only downside is that it requires a very small screen switch on my side. So I'm going to try to switch to my full screen here. Oops. And let me check that you can see that correctly. Yes, you can see that correctly. So I remove this. So what do I have here? I have this screen, it's actually QuickTime looking at my phone. So you don't see my mouse moving. It's normal because what you see there, it's really the screen of my phone. It's very weird to show all my applications of my phone, but you see that's really my phone, and this is the panel with all the apps I'm working with, and I'm going to use this app, which is like a podcast application, at least a demo podcast application. You see it has a couple of categories. In each category is a list of podcasts. It's in French, so time for you to improve your French. And then a list of podcast episodes. So I'm going to the cloud category. There is the podcast in French. That's the one I'm doing. The AWS podcast in English, and Charlas Técnicas, which is the podcast, the AWS podcast in Spanish. Okay. On the right side here in dark mode, I have Xcode, which is the development tool from Apple, and I'm going to launch the same application as a Mac application. That's something I like on Swift and iOS. You can write the same code base for all type of screens, from the watch to the TV, going through the phone, and what they call Catalyst application. So it's the exact same code, but running in a Mac app. In a Mac app. I cannot make it bigger. I'm sorry for that. I should have thought about that before. But I can make the window bigger, but the text is not growing automatically. But it's exactly the same app and using the same data set. So the two are connected to the same backend and receive the data from a GraphQL API. And what I would like to show you is that the two applications, because they are connected to the same backend, they are sharing the same data set, and both applications are listening for real-time updates coming from other applications. So for the demo of the purpose, for the sake of the purpose, I add a little plus button there and there, a plus button that add a new episode to the list. Something you typically don't do with podcast application, but I want to simulate the fact that on the backend, there is a new podcast application. So when I click there plus, the client application will create a new podcast episode and will send it to the backend. And the other application, because it's listening on the same backend, will receive a notification saying, hey, something has changed on the backend, and will refresh the user interface. So let's try and then to see if it works. I cannot do it with the mouse because, again, it's my phone really. So I have to use my finger here and click on plus. And you see immediately it appears there. That's normal. It's local, but it also appears here. You have the new podcast episode that appeared there. And the same goes if I made a change on the Mac app. Look at the phone, at the screen of the phone. The podcast episode is immediately deleted. So it's real-time updates between two customers being connected to the same backend. Of course, it can be thousands of customers. The thing will scale automatically. We do care of the low-level scaling things. But remember, this talk is about offline first application. So let's go offline. And that's why I'm using my real phone here, not a simulator, because otherwise I would have to disconnect from my Mac, which I will lose the connection to you if I'm doing that. Here I am in plane mode. The Wi-Fi is disconnected. I'm a bit skeptical about the Wi-Fi because it still appears there on the top, as you can see, but I think it's a small bug on iOS because I'm really in airplane mode and Wi-Fi is deactivated. So while I am offline, I'm adding 2 episodes. And remember, my phone is offline now; it's in plane mode. So the Mac application does not receive any notification because there is nothing changed on the backend. All the change I'm doing here are local. So let's get out of the tunnel, enable Wi-Fi again. The phone will synchronize, and you see the 2 new episodes appear here because the phone detected that network connectivity is back. It's synchronized with the cloud, and the macOS received a notification. And of course, it's I still have the notification working on both sides, so I can delete and synchronize the data on both sides. Okay, so let's add. I cannot click with the mouse. I have to I add one, I add two, I go offline, I'm in plane mode now, I wait a bit for the system to stabilize, I delete one. Looks like there is still, okay. And let's go back online, ping. And you see that the two applications resynchronize. I just have one left. Justo e unde. That's the last one that is there. So this application works in real time to synchronize data between customer, and it also works while offline. I can create, delete items. I can also update items. They are kept online. They are kept locally on the device, and whenever the network connectivity comes back, then the client resynchronizes with the backend, and all the other customers that are connected at the same time receive notification about the update. That was the demo part, and I'm happy that it works. It's always a bit risky to make a live demo. So let's go back to the slide there. Presents, share screen, and you can see my screen again in a minute. Hello, hello, can you show my screen? Hello, hello. Hello, the moderator, can you show my screen back to the audience, please? 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, the moderators. Thank you. This is my screen. My screen is back. Okay. So, the data model that I use for this application, I can create it online with text, and I will show you how to do that. But we have a very nice graphical user interface as well that allows you to define your model on the web application console. So in the Amplify Studio, Amplify console, you can create your model, and it will generate an API for you and generate a database for you. You just define your model. So here I have a podcast, I have episodes, I have an ID, a description, a duration, and the same for the podcast. You can express relationship between the two to create a one-to-many relationship. One podcast has several episodes, and the console shows you how to actually generate code for your client application and how to use that code inside your application. So if you want to create, if you want to update, or if you want to delete your model, it gives you ready to use code that you can just copy paste into your client application. And that's pretty cool. It means you don't have to, that's pretty much everything you need to know about cloud there. You copy the code, and most of the time it works automatically. So let's go back to the slide, and why do you want to create real-time and offline application? First, I told you that's what your customers are expecting. They are using chat, banking software, games, social media, and they receive real-time update about what others are doing. Okay, for banking software, maybe not. There is still a lot of banks that shows you transaction from 2 days ago and not real-time. But if you have a modern bank, like a fintech startup, for example, you have real-time notification of your payment as well. But the reality, and you know that, it's the networks are slow, they are unreliable, there are tunnels, there are places where customers have no connectivity, and they still expect to have their application to work, because that's the common expectation about user experience these days. So you, as a developer, what does it mean? You have a couple of challenges. The first is to get a copy of the data, a subset of the data on the local device. And the first thing you can think about is, hey, I'm going to create a cache, maybe an in-memory cache, or a small file on the file system, or a small database, just some kind of local persistence. But soon you are going to hit limitation, because a cache It's not a full database. And it also includes, so it's difficult to query, for example, a cache. Typically, it's just key value and nothing more than that. And then there is code complexity of managing a cache as well. Remember, if you have a cache inside your code, you need to first check the cache. If there is nothing in the cache, ask the backend, then put in the cache. That's a lot of boilerplate code. And as a developer, I don't want to do that. It's error-prone. It's a lot of code. The other challenge is real-time. How can I subscribe to my backend to receive real-time notification, just like I show in the demo? And then if you do that, and if you allow your customer to continue to modify your models while customers are offline, at some point, there will be conflict on the data. Two customers are going to change the same data at the same moment. And then what happens when the user comes back online? How do you detect that there is a conflict? And if you detect that there is a conflict, how can you resolve the conflict? It's two different subjects. And of course, it has to be on multiple platforms. I talk about Android, iOS, Flutter, web, and you name it. And it has to scale to hopefully your thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of customers without increasing the management complexity on your side. So that's basically what your product manager told you. I want something that scales to millions of users, cross-platform, with real-time update, that is able to work offline, and so on and so on. And as a developer, this is a place where sometimes you say, okay, I'll stop, I'll hang myself, or I quit this job. I'm going to sell cocktails on a plane, on a beach. I don't want to work in IT anymore. But not necessarily, because now you have a solution like open source frameworks, like AWS Amplify, for example, that will bring you a solution for these different parts, for the caching part, for example. So typically, with caching, when you work with caching and a backend database, when your customer wants to do a mutation API in GraphQL, you as application developer, you have to update the cache on one side and then the database on the other side. Not so good, I told you already. When your application starts, you want to hydrate your cache, so you want to read everything from the database and to have all the data, the subset of the data that are relevant for that customer in the cache. And then you have requirements to make like complex queries on your data. I want to collect all the orders from that region between that date and that date. And that's something, if you have a cache, you want to do that on the cache, but you cannot do that on the cache. A cache is most of the time just a key value data store. So I don't want to use a cache. In my mental model, what I want is I want a native way, native from my programming language, being Kotlin, Java, TypeScript, or Swift, to express my model, to create objects just like I do whenever I am manipulating objects, and then just call a save API or query API or update or delete API with my object and nothing more. And that's exactly what Amplify Data Store provides you. So Amplify Data Store, it's a multi-platform persistence framework for your mobile and web application. In the backend, it's not obliged, it can persist data to a cloud with GraphQL API. So the architecture is like this. You as a developer, you deal with your data model and you use the data store API for basic CRUD or query operation. So create, read, update, delete, or search, for example. And behind the scene, the data store will store your data locally, so they will be available offline. But the data store is also a synchronization engine that will synchronize your local change with a cloud-based database by sending the GraphQL API, like the mutation or the queries, to a backend where it will be persisted in the cloud. The good news is that you as a developer, you just need to care about the upper part of the graph there. You just talk to the data store API, and I told you they are super simple: save, update, delete, query. And that's pretty much it. So let's work through that in details. When I first start to work with GraphQL, I have to define a schema. I can use the console as I show you in the demo, or I'm doing that. Usually I'm not using the console. I'm just going through my text editor and I create my data type in GraphQL. So I define my podcast data, my episode data, the relationship between them. And then Amplify provides me with a command line tool that will generate code for me for my programming language. So if you are using a React application, it's probably JavaScript or TypeScript, even better. Android, it's Java or Kotlin, and iOS, it's Swift. So it's actually generating code for me, code in my native programming language that I can just copy paste and include into my project. I don't even need to copy paste. I include files into my project, and then I can start working with that model. Then as a developer, I use the data store API to mutate my data, so to create or update the data, to delete the data. I create an object here, a podcast episode, and I just called amplify data store save, and that's all I need to know as a developer. I can also query all the episodes, and of course queries have some kind of predicates as well, so I can apply where clause to my query. I can query all the episode that belongs to a specific podcast, or I can even create more complex predicates with a time range, for example, between that date and between that date. So you have a full language there to express your queries. Can delete an episode as well with just a call to delete. So let's focus a bit of what's happening on the left side on the architecture, the vertical slide of the architecture. You as a developer, you create your model and you interact with the data store API. So you give the data to a storage engine, and the storage engine will convert your model to a GraphQL data structure, and then it will call a storage adapter to actually store your data in a database. On mobile device, we are using SQLite. On web, we are using IndexedDB. In the future, we might change. This is really a pluggable adapter there to hide the actual API of a database. At this stage, you don't need to have an AWS account or AWS anything yet. So you can use Data Store as a local store for a local application, which is not connected to the cloud. You don't need any license. It's free. It's the open source Amplify frameworks. But if you have an AWS account, then Amplify can also create a backend structure for you, like a GraphQL managed service, a database. It's a NoSQL database based on a service called DynamoDB. And once it's there, it can synchronize the local storage with the backend. So whenever you change the data, it will make a GraphQL API call to AppSync to persist your change to the database. And it will also subscribe to change coming from AppSync and to inject this change into your local storage. So your local database will always be in sync with the cloud. And all of that allows you to have real-time updates, because if something changed on the backend, then your application receives a notification and you can just access the data and display the data just like I did during the demo. When I say real-time here, I'm talking about business real-time. It's not a nuclear power plant or plane aviation real-time. It might be a couple of hundreds of milliseconds or 1 or 2 seconds delay. So it's close to real-time. The way it works, you have just one API call to do. It's called observe query. So it will query the data from your local local storage, so it will return immediately with a data set, maybe a data set which is not fresh, but at the same time it starts to listen for updates and it will refresh the data set and provide a stream of event. You can either use a combine in iOS, or you can use callbacks or async await type of patterns to collect that. And it's the same query that you can use when your application starts to reiterate the cache, because it will give the data from your local database to your application immediately, so the customer see immediately some things, but in the background it will resynchronize with the cloud. So it's the same call. You don't need to write two different pieces of code for that. Something really Swift specific here, observe query returns a stream of asynchronous event. So typically in traditional programming language, you use callbacks to be notified when an event is there. With Swift, and I guess you can do that with Kotlin as well, there is a for await pattern. So it's a for loop that will never return. It will block on the for the next element to arrive. So this method should never return unless you cancel the subscription or there is an error. So it waits for the event to come from the stream. And whenever an event is there, it just changes the state of the application, which in turn refresh the user interface. Okay, let's talk about conflict detection and resolution. I still have 15 minutes to do that. How do you detect that there is a conflict, and how do you resolve these conflict? So our strategy, the one we choose for AWS Amplify, is to use an automatic merge of the data. So the framework will by default attempt to merge the change. And for that, there is no miracle. We need to tag your data with additional metadata. So on top of the schema that you provide us, we also add metadata like the creation time, the last update time, and a version number. And that allows to do things like that. Imagine that you have a person, her name is Jennifer, she's 32. You have two users that are making a change, a conflictual change to the system. One is adding Jennifer as an engineer, and the other as a developer. What's going to happen in the backend if the two users are pushing that? With auto merge, it's the last one that wins. So it's the developer that will be persisted, and I will give you more example and why after. But auto merge can be much more smart as well. So if here you have two different users that are changing different properties, the client A is changing the title, client B is changing the location. In the database, what do you think we will have? We will have the two. So it will really merge because the change is not conflicting. We are both changing different properties of the same object. Same goes with list. If all two users are changing values in the list, and if it is not the same value in the list, this can be perfectly merged. And so in the database, we'll have the list with the three values there. The hobbies are climbing, reading, and karaoke. So Amplify Data Store does that for you automatically. You don't have to care anything to make that happen. The code I showed you before is the code I took from my demo application, and there is no conflict synchronization, conflict detection code. To make that happen, it relies on the server side. So the conflict detection and resolution does not happen on the client side. It happens on the server side within the GraphQL managed service called AWS AppSync. It also uses a monotonic versioning counter. So each change increases a version number, version 1, 2, 3, and the systems use this version to detect what is the most recent change. And then it proposes different conflict detection strategies. So let's look at that into details. First, the monotonic counter. It's pretty easy to understand. Every time you modify an object, there is a version number which is attached to your object, which is incremented. It happens automatically. That version number is stored into the database. Your application has access to it, so you just have to query for the underscore version field, and you can observe the version number. The image you have above there is what we call the base table. It's the database table that we use to store your entities, your data. But for each of these, we also create a change table. And a change table is like a log of all the change that happens in the database. I'll show you why we are using that there. The change table is also in DynamoDB. It has a primary key made of the type name and a timestamp, a secondary key made of a timestamp and the the version, and then all the fields of your object, including when it was changed and what is the new version. So based on these two, we are able to implement an auto-merge strategy. Let's imagine we have two users. We have user A and user B. They both fetch the data from the backend, and version 1, they are synchronized with a person. Age is 32, I think it's a bit small on my screen. Yes, 32, and they both receive version 1. Then a bit later, user B makes a change and change the age of the person. So far, so good. The data is pushed in real time. So user A will receive also the update of the person with age equal 33 and version equal 2. Then my user B comes offline. And while offline, he continues to change. He changed the age. Now it's 34, and he adds a field called location, and it becomes version 3. But during that time, a bit later in time, my user A also changed the age, and now the age is 35. So now I have a consistency issue because user A and B have both version 3, but both version 3 are different. So when the user B comes back online, the auto-merge system will use the latest change as the truth. So everything that can be merged, like additional fields or additional value in list, will be merged. But for fields where there is a conflict, like age here, it's the timestamp and the version that will matter. So in this case, the result will be age 35 because it's the last change that happened in terms of time. You see on the timeline, it's a bit more right than the other change. But the location, there is no conflict on location, so it can be integrated, and that creates version 4, and a bit later, user A will receive a notification about version 4 being available as well. So that's the auto-merge strategy of AWS AppSync. Of course, there are other merge strategies as well. Auto-merge is one of them, but you can create your own. So you can create an AWS Lambda function. If you don't know Lambda, it's a function as a service. You just write the code of your function and you deploy that to the service. And AppSync can call your Lambda resolution function to make a decision. So in that scenario, AppSync will call your code, and your code will receive the 2 version, and it's your code that has to return the final version to AppSync. So you can implement whatever conflict resolution strategy you want there on the server side. There is also something called optimistic concurrency. In optimistic concurrency, we assume that the version that we have is the latest one. And if I make a change, let's assume I fetch data version 3. I make a change, so I have version 4. When I save, if the object is still at version 3, so the object I receive, then it's okay, and I can create version 4. But if a version 4 exists already, it means someone else made a change during I was doing mine, and there is potentially a conflict. So the server will reject my update. And then it's up to your client code to decide. You can present an error message to your user saying, sorry, I cannot save, can you try again? Of course, if you do that, it's better to fetch the new version coming from the backend, or it's up to you, but on the client side, you have to decide what to do, or the user has to decide what to do on the client side. That's called optimistic concurrency. So these are the 3 conflict resolution strategies that we offer. Auto-merge is the default one. And let's finish with synchronization. Look back at my table with persons and age and version, and then I have a user that will fetch that. Another user, my user A becomes offline, and then my user B delete a part of the data. How can user A know and resynchronize? A naive way would be at every start, download the full database again and search for difference. But that's not efficient because the database can be very, very big. So the strategy we have there for AWS Amplify is to use delta sync. Remember the change table? That's the log with all the change. So we use the change table to resynchronize. So I have my user, the user comes offline, something happened on the database, might be a creation, a deletion, or change, but it will be logged in the change table. So whenever my user comes back online, it knows when it received the last snapshot of the data. So it can call an API saying, hey, I want to sync since that time. And because look at the last column there, it's last changed at, it's a timestamp, we can very efficiently fetch all the data that have changed since the last time the user received the data. And so in that case, it will only receive one row, the only change, and it allows a data store to resynchronize the local data store. That table can also be used like a time travel to know what happened, because when we don't delete actually records from the database, we just add a flag saying it's deleted, and of course it appears in the change log as well. This also allows to be very efficient to detect a change, especially deleted and deletions. But of course we don't want to pollute the database by keeping hundreds of data that are deleted, and so we use a very specific feature from DynamoDB, from the database there, to automatically clean this data at the end. Look, we have a TTL flag there on the right side, and the TTL flags, it's time to leave. It's the timestamp, not in the past, but in the future. And the database, DynamoDB, will automatically delete all the rows that have a TTL expire. So shortly after your TTL expire, it might be seconds or minutes after, these rows are going to be deleted automatically by the DynamoDB. So neither your API code or your client code has to take care about that. It happens automatically on the backend. Did I mention? I think I did. That Amplify is available for most of the popular platforms. Swift for Mac, iOS, iPadOS, watchOS, CarOS, whatever. Android, the same. Flutter, React, Angular, Vue. I didn't put all the logo there, but you will find the flavor of Amplify for your web or mobile application development frameworks. You can also have access to the docs. It's docs.amplify.aws. We have tons of code sample, maybe a bit more for TypeScript and JavaScript than for Kotlin and Swift, but we are getting better, and we are listening to your feedback there as well. So if you want to test the code I show you, go to my GitHub repo. It's Sepsto. And you will find tons of examples, mostly iOS example with Amplify. This one is data store. So it's Amplify data store in Swift. I just pushed a couple of changes this morning because I found a way to simplify the code, and I always enjoy to remove dozens of lines of code that are unnecessary in the app. So the version you will get there is really the fresh version from this morning using the latest version of AWS Amplify. And that's pretty much it for me. So now I'm available for the next 15 minutes or so to take your questions, to have a chat with Benedict and with you. Give me your feedback. Let me know how I can make this talk better. If you like it, if you didn't like it, if it has too much code, not enough code. Scan the QR code there. Take your phone, you scan the QR code. It's only 4 questions. It's totally anonymous, of course, and we don't collect any personal information out of that. I'll leave the QR code there, and send your comments. If you are watching us on different platforms, there are many platforms where you can leave comments and send your questions. I will be happy to answer your questions.
A round of applause for this amazing talk. Thank you so much, Seb, for giving us all these useful insights. So, and as you said, we have a few minutes left for a bit of Q&A.
Discussion.
Yeah, discussion. So maybe let's start. You write in your bio that you are a developer evangelist.
Mm-hmm.
What is a developer evangelist?
That's a good question. It's a question I receive quite frequently. So, a developer evangelist is a function at tech companies that works primarily. Oh, it's difficult for me to pronounce that. That works mostly with developer. And the goal of the developer evangelist team is to make you, developer, prefer our technology versus something else. So there is a part of discovery to make you discover new technology, like today, AWS Amplify. A small part of education as well, get you some desire to start with the technology and to try the technology. And we do that through 3 pillars. One of them is a conference. We try to be invited, and thank you, WeAreDeveloper, at a conference like today. It might be in presence or online. We do that through the management of communities as well. So we are sponsoring, helping, connecting AWS user groups across the planet so that they can work more efficiently and propose content to their members. And we do that online as well. I'm the host of the AWS podcast in French. I have colleagues doing the same in English and in Spanish and other languages, in Russians, in German, in Italian. I'm also writing a lot of blog posts to announce new service or to announce new capabilities on AWS. Again, it's a long-term function. The idea is to plant small seeds into your brain so that later you might have the desire to try an AWS technology versus something else.
All right, I see. I think I understand. You were talking about writing blogs. What would you say are the main resources when I want to inform myself about AWS, about the new services? Is it the blogs? Is it like, do you also publish videos or other content? Where to go? What to look for?
There are many different resources because different persons have different preference for learning. Some people prefer to watch videos. So there is the AWS official video channels in multiple language. Again, there is the official ones in English, but there is also a French one, an Italian one, and so on. There is Twitch also, twitch.tv/AWS with live shows every day to talk about technologies. There is the AWS news blog. You just type AWS news blog in your favorite search engine, and you will find the AWS news blog, where we are like a 10 person to write daily blog post about new stuff that happens on AWS. Hey, today we are launching a new service. Yesterday, for example, we celebrated the 17th birthday of Amazon S3. S3 was one of the first cloud service. It's a service that allows you to upload and download files for your application. And that was kind of the birth of the cloud itself, because before that, we were not using the word cloud to describe this type of services. And that was 17 years ago already.
Oh, so happy birthday. And in Austria, you could buy your first beer with 17. So quite the time. So also you mentioned in your bio the last 20 years you spent working for startups and also larger enterprises. Maybe can you give us some insights on which are the perks of each one and what you prefer personally?
Actually, I work for large enterprise, but my customer were startups and large enterprise. But I work mostly on the provider side at companies a company that doesn't exist anymore called Sun Microsystems that has been eventually acquired by Oracle. I spent a bit of my time at IBM as well. And I work with small and large customers to listen to them and to define the best software architecture to solve their business problems. So I work a lot on backend developments and backend architecture back at the time of, maybe you remember acronyms like SOA, Enterprise Service Bus, ESB, and stuff like that. What I like with startup is that the sky is the limit, and there are 1,000 ideas to try in the next week, and it's moving fast. And most of the startup give themselves the authorization to fail, to experiment something, to see if it works or not. If it doesn't work, to pivot. And I like that pace of development. Of course, it has its own set of challenge as well, but it's quite interesting. Large enterprise, it's a bit different. I like the scale of the problems of some large enterprise. When you're working for a large bank, you have security constraints, you have scalability, availability constraints that maybe a startup doesn't care about yet. But because of the size of the enterprise, these are moving a bit more slowly. So it depends on the enterprise. Public sector is known to be slow. Sometimes it depends on the geography. I worked a lot in Luxembourg. Luxembourg, it's a very conservative country in terms of technology. And some customer more maybe on the UK side might move a bit faster than customer in France or Germany. So enterprise are moving a bit slower than startup. And even within large enterprise, it really depends on the culture as well and on the geography.
Thank you for these insights and with sharing your experience on this as well. We got a bit more technical question in. What type of conflict resolution strategies does AWS Data Store support, and is it available on Flutter? Question mark, question mark.
Yes, so we do support 3 types of conflict resolution strategy. The default one is the one I show in the demo. It's auto merge, not in the demo, in the slides. So it tries to automatically merge the change. For example, if 2 updates are related to 2 different fields, 2 different properties on your object, it can be merged. If it is 2 different values that are added to a list, the list can be merged, and the result of the merge will be the combined set of modification. Of course, when the modification happens on the same field, like the name or the age in my example, then auto-merge use the timestamp to take the last value as the source of truth. So the last one that speaks is the one that will be saved. That's the default strategy. You don't have to write any single line of code to benefit from that strategy. The second conflict resolution strategy is called optimistic concurrency. And with optimistic concurrency, the system assumes that nobody else will change your data while you have a copy of your data. So if I fetch data version 2, I change data version 2 and I try to save version 3. If in the database it's still the version 2 that I fetch, then the write will be authorized and the version 3 will be persisted into the database. But at the time of me trying to write to the database, if version 2 is not current anymore, there is a version 3, 4, 5 there, then the system will say, hey, the version you're trying to send me is outdated. There is someone else that updated the database before. So it will reject my change. And then it's up to me, application developer, to present the option to the user saying, hey, this is a new snapshot of the data. Please make a change and then try to save again, for example. So you push back the responsibility of the merge to the end user. And of course, you can take another approach, which would be the third conflict resolution strategy. It's called custom. And as the name implies, you have to write code. So it's an AWS Lambda function. It's a function as a service. You just write the code. And the system, AppSync, will call your function and will give to your function 2 parameters. The 2 conflicting version of the object. And then it's up to you, developer, to write code that will execute on the backend to decide which version is the correct one and to return that to AppSync. So you can choose your conflict resolution strategy. You can develop your conflict resolution strategy on the backend. So that's a long answer. Sorry, that was for the first part of the question. The second part of the answer will be much shorter. Is it available on Flutter? The answer is yes. Swift, Android, Flutter, Vue, React, Angular, and the one I forgot. No, I think I get most of them.
Right. Thanks for the explanation. Everything seems very customer-orientated, user-orientated. Awesome. We got another question referring to your presentation. In your example with Jennifer, are you only sending the div of the model, like the list of hobbies, to the server, or the complete model?
GraphQL allows to only... Let me think. it's not a matter of how Amplify framework does it. It's a matter of GraphQL. So GraphQL allows to only send the fields that have changed, and the GraphQL server takes care of the rest. So that's one of the big benefits of using GraphQL. You don't need to download the full graph of your object when you're reading it. You can specify the fields that you are interested with, and it's the same for the write. You can only send the writes, so the ones that have changed. It is mandatory to send the version number and the last timestamp, because AppSync will use that as a basis for the conflict detection and conflict resolution, as I explained earlier. But you are not obliged to send the full data set, only the fields that have changed.
Thanks for that answer as well. Earlier, we talked a bit about your experiences with enterprises, startups, and your job as developer evangelist. I'm curious a bit about your own development journey. Like, how did your interest in tech start, and how did you manage to get up and like work for all these different companies and now be a developer evangelist at AWS?
Yeah, that's also a question we receive quite a lot, is what is the career path? If I want to work for a GAFAM in the future, for example, where should I start? I start with interest for IT and personal computer when I was a teenager, like 13 or 14 years. I was lucky enough to be able to afford myself a Commodore 64. If you are older, you remember these machines. It was small, fantastic machine to play, but also to program. I started to program, so quite naturally I went to university on an IT computer science program, like 5 years, a master in computer science. I work as a consultant. I think it's the easiest way to start a career in IT, working for consulting companies. Mostly as a developer, I was working for large European institution or other, writing code. At the time, it was not so funny. It was Microsoft Access, Visual Basic, Power Builder. Again, if you have white hairs like me, you remember some of these names. Maybe they were the cause of your white hairs as well, and Oracle. But one thing that I realized there is that during the sales process, while the salesperson from the company was going to pitch the value of the company, there was a big phase of understanding the customer requirement and coming with the right solution. We don't need to propose a 2-year project if it can be done more efficiently with 6 months with different technologies. So on one side, I was looking at new technologies. At the time, it was the beginning of Java, of application server, and these type of things, and the way it can solve and reduce development time for customers. So I start to do more and more sales pitch presentation, but the technical part of the sales pitch. So the account manager was doing the management of the relation, inviting customer to the restaurants, talking about price, about license. And I was bringing in to talk about technology. What language are we going to use? Application framework. How do you develop that? What are the development methodology that your team is going to use? And I kind of enjoy that, start to talk publicly at a company organized conference for their customer, like when Sun Microsystem was doing 1 day refresh on Java. I was a speaker there, and I start to enjoy speaking on stage. And so I kept growing that career as a pre-sales, because it has a name, that role. It's pre-sales engineers or technical engineers during the sales life cycle. And I don't know, one thing from the other, I end up being developer advocate, which is kind of the same again, except it's not, we are not tied to one specific sales here. I don't care about, I'm not selling you anything. I'm just telling you, hey, it exists. This is the benefits that you can have. Give it a try, and then it's up to you to decide. So it can be seen as sales, but it's really, really long term. Like the thing I'm doing today might have an impact maybe in 1 year or 2 years.
Just raising awareness for new technologies and awesome. All right, Seb, thank you so much for the interesting talk, for the Q&A. It was very nice to have you today. Many greetings to France, and hopefully see you next time. Bye.
Thank you, Benedict. Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
So, and we are moving on to the final speaker of the day. He is a mobile software engineer at Marco Polo. He's very committed to increase diversity and equity in the tech industry. And He's passionate about making knowledge accessible, so it's only natural that he joins us today. Welcome, Aldo.
Hey, Benedict. How's it going?
Hey,
Pleasure to
Aldo.
be here.
Everything's fine on my side. So happy to have you.
Thank you.
I know that you are based in sunny Florida. Are you joining us from there, or are you
Yes.
currently?
No.
Yes.
Today is not so sunny. The weather
Not
is
so
sort of variable over here, but yeah, it is definitely.
You need to visit Sylvia in South Africa. There it's sunny today. She told us earlier.
Really?
Just a hope. So, Aldo, would you mind telling us a bit about what we are going to learn from you today?
Yeah, sure. So accessibility in general it's pretty much an essential component of mobile app development. And it's often overlooked. So in this talk today, I wanted to go over the critical role that it plays in the Android ecosystem and basically just go over an overview of the accessibility features, best practices, and just how easy it is to get started as an Android engineer.
All right. Sounds fascinating, Aldo. You got my full attention, and I would say without further ado, stage is all yours.
Thank you. So, hi everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here today. I am taking a moment to basically thank WeAreDevelopers and the community for this opportunity to share something so close to my heart and listen to all these other sessions today that have been amazing. You can pretty much follow along. This is the same slide deck that I'm using today. If you'd like to go ahead and snap a picture, this is a QR code that'll link you to it. At the bottom, there's also a link to this direct deck. And you'll see on the bottom left-hand side of every slide my handle for pretty much all of my social media. But I did have this pinned to my Twitter currently, so if you want to go there instead, and that's easier, go ahead and do that. But that's pretty much a little bit about the slide deck. Let's go ahead and dive into the actual talk. So my name is Aldo Socaras, as you know, and I am an Android developer based in Miami, Florida. I work at a startup called Marco Polo, and I also, and mind you, this is me right here and my team, and I also help create curriculum content for a nonprofit called CodePath, to which I owe my entire software career and transition to, essentially. So I didn't always live in Miami. I was actually born in Havana, Cuba, and I came to the United States when I was 9. So navigating a new culture, and language was not easy. It's something that a lot of people struggled with and still struggle with to this day, of course, and something that I went through myself. I was able to use a shared family computer, just enough to become fluent in the language and basically pick up a new passion for technology in the process. I was motivated, of course, like a lot of other young kids, but life sometimes has other plans. So actually on this day today, a couple years back, my grandma passed away shortly before my birthday, sorry. And she was like a second mom to me, so it struck really hard. So my grades began to sort of free fall. I had to retake some courses and actually take a re-entry course to be even allowed to take classes. So this was a struggle for me at the time. I passed the course, but I decided to take a break from school, mainly because it was just a little bit too much at the time. And let's just say it's been a long break. So I worked retail jobs after that to basically help my family stay afloat, more or less. And my focus had always been traditional IT. That's something that I was used to. It was easy for me. It came easy for me. So I went from retail to essentially my first major role at a major tech company, but it was help desk. So that's pretty much how I got my start, I guess, in the IT world. And then after about a year of excelling in this role, my then girlfriend, now wife, we found out that we were expecting. We were having a boy. And this was obviously a surprise to us, but imagine how anxious we felt knowing, that our paychecks were barely enough to keep us afloat, let alone take another life. So I saw an opening for a role within the same company, and it was for a systems engineering role. Mind you, completely different. Help desk to systems engineer, that's a big leap. The job responsibilities included the deployment and endpoint management of over 40,000 global production devices, something that I had zero experience in. So I took the chance because, obviously we're pretty much in not a very nice financial position. So I just decided to submit my resume. They gave me an interview, and I took the chance, and I interviewed, of course. And I basically got the job. Somehow, I put all my weight into that. I had my upcoming child in mind while I was taking that interview, and maybe that helped me out. But basically, that's how I ended up getting the offer, or at least I think so. But anyway, I was thinking about how badly I wanted to enable my kids to sort of lead this fulfilling life, because being an immigrant, I never had the heart to ask my parents for things that I wanted or even sometimes needed, like school lunch, which in the US, it's something that sometimes you have to pay for, So I knew that my parents at the time, they were like drowning in bills. They're wonderful parents, and sometimes they would still find out, that I was keeping some things away so that they wouldn't have to pay, but they would still do it for me, of course, being the wonderful parents that they were. And I didn't want my children to sort of consider whether they needed to eat or anything like that, just because they saw me living paycheck to paycheck. So I landed the job with that mentality in mind. And yeah, it was a systems engineering role. So I basically thrived and I grew in this role, learning things that weren't even in my scope when I first joined. The projects were very fun and impactful and engaging, and I felt like an integral part of this team. This experience lasted about 1.5 years before I was laid off. And this actually happened during COVID, which was a bit of salt on the wound, And obviously, the skills that I had attained at the job at the time, the technology was a little bit outdated, so it's kind of hard to transfer. And you had to think about, should I stick within the same sort of role when I have a passion for something else like programming? And as a new parent, I was juggling all these different things, right? So I basically had this fork, on the road. And I was thinking about all these different things. What option should I choose? So I went with option C, which was basically to pursue my passion, but keep my family afloat with other roles in the meantime. So it took about 1 year and a lot of different titles, as you could probably see here. But I eventually landed in my first role as a mobile software engineer. And I've been as a mobile software engineer in the same company, Marco Polo, until today. So that was my transition. Now, this is my son Kai. As you can see, his character color is red. He likes that. Kai, 1 year ago, was diagnosed with autism and ADHD. The diagnosis impacted our family, of course, through various challenges that we faced. And not only did we have to shift the way that we perform like daily tasks and the routine that we maintain for the kids, but we had to navigate therapy, be on top of all the resources available to us, accommodate our son in every way possible so that he was not at a disadvantage, I guess, and help friends and family understand and accept that this is not a viral disease, it's just a diagnosis, right? And that last part is obviously the most hurtful for a lot of people. And these are different images, some of my favorites from recent times, of Kai. Now, let's take a look at this app real quick. So it's a timer, very simple. When the timer hits 0, and it's sort of animated, but when the timer hits 0, this little egg hatches and it shows an animal and it plays a funny version of the song Down by the Bay with animal noises. This app is an absolute lifesaver because transitions for people in the spectrum are one of the hardest things, period. Whenever my son would experience like immediate change, especially when he was engaged in an activity that he really enjoyed, there will be a lot of struggle and a lot of reassurance from our part required. Now we set up the timer basically, and we go, when the egg breaks, we gotta go. And that's pretty much the only thing that keeps him calm during the transition. It's a simple animation, but this simple animation has single-handedly helped tackle one of the most challenging aspects of our lives. People with autism often have difficulties communicating their thoughts and feelings, which makes it hard to understand their needs and desires. This lack of understanding, it can lead to frustration, and anger, and a lot of meltdowns eventually, really. And even quirks like, repeating the same word back to back to back to back, that's something that happens very often. Or even having to sort of like control your emotion because you're so excited that you just want to get it out, right? And a lot of people don't see it that way. If you're not in the spectrum, or if you're not familiar, a lot of parents will shy away from that or tell their kids like, get away or don't play, which leads obviously to isolation and loneliness. There is still a significant sort of stigma attached to autism in our society today. Obviously, like, this is an image from a book, one of our favorite books. It's called Anemone is Not the Enemy. And it's very different, but this pretty much captures like some of the feelings that the parents of kids with autism would experience, So this is actually Kai at the Science Museum. We went this past weekend, and just an example of that stigma. So last weekend we went to the Science Museum, and basically we were minding our own business, and then some lady randomly, not to us, but to whoever she was with, she says, looks like this place is filled with only autistic kids because no one is listening to their parents. And that's hurtful, Not only is it arduous to like dive in, seek therapy, and provide like a proper home environment to sort of guide them and help them thrive and learn, but seeing how people view the diagnosis negatively, or sort of like as an undesirable trait it sucks, So my son, there's some funny pictures. My son was nonverbal until he was about 2 years old. We're trying to help him speak. While trying to help him speak, we basically discovered different ways of communicating, pointing, seeing the cues, etc. He is now 3 years old, and he is fortunately verbal, but there are a lot of children whose situation does not improve that well, and children that have to resort to what's called augmentative and alternative communication devices. Basically just a display that allows you to sort of like select feelings. It's a whole thing, and a lot of people are not aware of this. In the United States, if your insurance does not cover this device, you're looking at a price tag of between $200 and $7,000 US dollars out of pocket, The top of the line device looks a little like this. Very simple, as you can see. It has letters, so you can, I guess, type in words and it'll read it out loud, but that's really expensive. Like, this device is super expensive, right? Even used will be like $4,000. And in general, like, you have to keep in mind that this is in addition to the burdens of therapy and the amount of like time that a parent needs to involve themselves to care for a child with autism, right? So this is a personal example, of course, but it's just a drop in the bucket. Over 1 billion people globally in general, they face like disabilities and challenges accessing technology to this day, and stuff that we take for granted. So everyone will experience some sort of like disability, whether it's permanent or even situational, really, throughout their lives at one point or another, right? And the way that we account for disability, a lot of people might not see it the same way, but essentially it could be something like simple, like hand-eye coordination, right? Or eyesight even. And these things obviously with age, just growing older, these things will essentially happen to us slowly, right? But also situational. You're looking at limited visibility. If you're in a bright environment, right? You're using your phone outside, etc. It's very hard to see. It's not legible. Or even like limited sound reception if you're in a loud room, right? Or most commonly, like the distracted driver, somebody who's on the phone, even if it's something simple like switching a song on the radio, right? So technology has become increasingly sort of like integrated into every aspect of our lives, transforming the way we learn, work, access healthcare, connect with others, and its impact honestly is only continuing to grow, as we clearly see. Spotify did a great thing. I think it was last year, or the year before, but I think it was last year, where they released car mode in their application. And basically, like, this is amazing because regardless of laws, right, they know that people will continue to drive and search for songs and play music, and that can be incredibly dangerous. So they said, well, I mean, at the very least, let's curve that problem. Let's not let it be a thing, right? So whenever you connect to your car's Bluetooth, it turns on car mode. I'm sure a lot of you have seen this. And it makes the icons bigger and functions limited. So you can't really pull up like a song's lyrics or search a specific names through the keyboard, etc. But you could access your most recently played. You can even use like a voice feature, right, to be able to select songs, etc. This feature is basically showing how assistive technology makes for better technology for everyone, not just those people with disabilities, right? So they tackled the problem of situational disability. Now, let's go ahead and understand the importance of accessibility in our daily lives. Let's look at how easy it is for you to start making changes today, you know, as an engineer, and just in general dive into some common accessibility problems and their solutions. So screen readers. These programs, if you're not familiar with them, they enable people with visual impairments to access basically digital content, right, on a computer or mobile device. Anything that we see, if you have, you know, well enough eyesight, this is able to sort of narrate over that, right? And have you ever like tried to enable TalkBack on your Android phone? If you haven't had to use it, it could be a jarring experience, right? So I urge anyone listening in to try it. Try with different apps that you enjoy. Most apps that are popular, they do have great accessibility, and they are able to sort of like navigate through TalkBack really well, but a lot of them really don't. So for example, let's take a look at a company whose financial reports showed a revenue of 2.60 billion in 2022. Can anyone guess who this is? I'll give you a hint. Formula One Group, right? So Formula One has grown exponentially in viewership over the past few years. Obviously unlocking the United States market through the Netflix series, you know, Drive to Survive, and other marketing efforts in general, right? You're looking at like the top 20 drivers in the world, and you're seeing them get on a grid, apply strength, endurance, agility, reflex, etc. Just to be milliseconds ahead, right? Their primary app is aptly named Formula One, and it has over 5 million downloads. And I wanted to take a look because this is one of my favorite apps currently, I guess. But I wanted to take a look at how their TalkBack sort of functions in general. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and turn on TalkBack for this video, or I'll share a video of me turning on TalkBack and taking a look at their Formula One application. So this is the video right here. Alrighty, and I believe I can share it here. Right, let me see.
Formula 1. Labels available. Use tap with 3 fingers to view. F1 unlocked. Top stories. Feature F1 inbox. Your questions on Alonso, Leclerc and Aston Martin answered after the Bahrain Grand Prix. F1 inbox header image.jpg, image. F1 inbox header image.jpg, image. The feature. F1 inbox. Your questions on Alonso, Leclerc and Aston Martin answered after the Bahrain Grand Prix. Null. I loved every second of my F1 debut. Logan Sargent takes you behind the scenes in his exclusive new F1.com column. Logan Sargent column 16x9.jpg, image. Logan Sargent column 16x9.jpg, image. Feature. I loved every second of my F1 debut. Logan Sargent takes you behind the scenes in his exclusive new F1.com column. Null watch. F1 helps 2 young homebound fans meet their heroes in the Bahrain paddock with AI robots. F1 helps homebound fans meet their heroes in the Bahrain paddock with a pair of AI robots. Image video, icon. F1 helps homebound fans meet their heroes in the Bahrain paddock with a pair of AI robots. Image. Video, icon, button. Video. Watch. F1 helps 2 young homebound fans meet their heroes in the Bahrain paddock with AI robots. Stop.
Yeah. So this is, I don't know about you, but, and I'm sorry that I made you go through that, but yeah, that's basically the application in its current state. This was like taken like 3 days ago maybe. And it's, I don't know about you, but it's really repetitive in general. There's a lot of things that could be better and stuff that we will cover in a bit to show you more or less what they could have done or they can do maybe after they watch this, hopefully. But yeah, essentially it's something that occurs very often because if you are not familiar with the different guidelines, especially as a native developer, it's really hard to navigate accessibility. But it's something that it's completely easy to get into, and something that even you can get started doing today if you're an Android developer. So in general, when I saw this, I was like, I felt a little bit robbed. Such a big app, in general, having this inaccessibility, it was pretty jarring. So you might as well, use the radio for your F1 news if you're if you're in this sort of state, because it's really difficult to navigate. Right, so that was the video, and in the chat, feel free to let us know what you think. We can store the questions for later, but and one of the solutions in general for Android accessibility is to sort of describe UI elements, right? So we saw the video, we saw how everything gets called out one by one, and that's a little bit difficult to navigate with, right? So one thing that we could do is provide labels, right? So content description, and I'm sure a lot of developers have seen this in the past. Basically, and it happens a lot with image views when you go ahead and show an image or try to set up an image in your layout. If you don't provide a content description, it'll show like a warning, right? Kind of like this. And basically, let me see real quick. I think I might have to switch the slides. One sec. All right, let's see. I can keep talking about it in the meantime. But essentially, in general, providing that content description, there are some guidelines that you should be following, and I'll try to present that in a second. But essentially, you're looking at avoiding including the. Yeah, I'll go ahead and share screens. Okay, awesome. Let me see real quick.
Formula 1.
Let me remove that. Perfect. So let me take this out. slight technical difficulties, but we will get them resolved in a sec. All right, I think I have it here. Let me see if I could present that.
Hey Aldo,
Yes.
what seems to be the problem? You can't go over slide 100 when you.
Yeah, apparently. But yeah, I could try this real quick. Yeah.
If you
So
have it
I have two
locally,
monitors. Should
also,
yeah.
maybe you can just share the screen. Maybe that could also
Yeah.
work.
Yeah, I'll try that real quick.
Yeah.
So when I share screens, should be this one. Let me know if you can see this. I think we should be able to see it.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Looks fine to me.
Perfect. Okay, so I'll just control the slides on this end. Perfect. That works for me. Awesome. So in general, you know, when we're talking about the description itself, we want to avoid including the actual type of the element, right? So if it's an image, we noticed a lot of repetition when we were looking at that that F1 app, that it kept saying image, 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 image. And that's basically that issue, right? Like when you include the actual description itself, what Android, the accessibility framework, what it will do is it will read the description of the content and the type. So if the type is image and you have image in the description itself, it'll read both, right? Makes sense. The other thing would be that each description must be unique, right? So it has to be something unique so that the actual screen reader can sort of check the differences between the different elements, right? And one other thing would be to skip over decorative elements. We're talking about, in general, stuff like any sort of effects that you might have that might not need to be read to a screen reader, because you have to think about how it functions, right? And the screen reader itself, it'll go through all the elements it sees in the UI, right? So whatever, even stuff that might not be visible to us, it'll read if it's focusable, right? So that's something very important to keep in mind. This is basically how you skip the decorative elements. So adding this sort of like important for accessibility attribute and setting it to no, which I believe only works with Min SDK versions of 16 plus, which most of us should be above that at the moment, developing for. But essentially, yeah, it'll go ahead and skip over those effects for us. So let's talk about color contrast. This is a huge thing, and a lot of people might be familiar with it in general, but this is why you should stop using sort of like light grays, is because they look cool. The colors you choose for UI can affect how easily it is for users to understand it, right? So you're looking at the comparison between these two colors, you know, foreground, background, right? And that affects how people with visual impairments and those with just visual impairments, or even like I mentioned, situational disabilities, right? So like being in a bright environment, having that low contrast could cause issues reading your content and understanding it, right? So a contrast ratio is our way of knowing what, regardless of color, the difference in luminance is, right? And usually the ratio ranges between 1:1, which is not visible obviously in this image because 1:1 means there's no contrast, right? It's the same. And then 21:1, which is a high contrast ratio. So there's a website that's called contrastratio.com. And that website essentially, you could plug in different color values to compare, and it'll give you like that ratio in the middle. There's a little bit of an easier way nowadays that might be useful for Android developers out there for sure. And I'll go ahead and talk about that in a bit. But let's go ahead and talk about touch target sizing. This is something that also gets brought up as a warning in Android Studio, thankfully, because we are lucky nowadays. But in general, have you ever sort of played a mobile game and you have like an ad pop up, and on the top right hand corner is a little X and you try to click it, and you click it and it opens up like a web page with some spam or whatever it is, you know, I can guarantee you there's not much accessibility guidelines going on there with the creation of that app. But in general, the recommended touch target size is a minimum of 48 dp in Android by 48 dp, right? So width and height. For a UI element to have a large enough touch target, right? And this is what it looks like in code, like a slight example with an image button. But essentially, you're looking at something like this. So both of these conditions should be true when you're determining this, which is that the padding left plus the min width plus the padding right, so everything horizontal, is greater than or equal to 48 dp. And then the padding top, min height plus padding bottom, so vertical, is greater than or equal to 48 dp, right? So that's what determines it, that combination. One thing to call out is that this does not mean that the element's visible area must be 48 dp, just the interactive view itself, right? So what the user can click on. So, in general, doing our part as Android developers, what can we do? How do we test it, right? So there's a lot of stuff that we can use, a lot of tools. One of the most familiar ones for a lot of developers is this one, the accessibility scanner. This application basically allows you to scan your screen via snapshot or I believe also like a video recording, and it'll aggregate all these different screens and flows, and it'll go over basically suggestions for your app. So it'll dive in to everything specific to like content labels, clickable items, contrast, etc. And it'll aggregate all this information for you. This is super useful for anybody that's trying to get into accessibility or advocate for accessibility within their company. This is pretty amazing, honestly. Lucky for us, we live in this era where the Android accessibility test framework comes integrated with Android Studio. So you have a lot of this stuff already available to you. Like I mentioned, when you're creating a layout, if you had an image, it'll have that content description, but also like when you have a text view or something like that, if you provide some sort of text, it'll mention that it's hard-coded, right? And it's basically warning you that the strings haven't been localized. So that's a very slight example. Another thing would be the Google Play pre-launch report. So if you submit apps to the Google Play Store, essentially they have a feature that's called the pre-launch report, and it automatically generates, when you publish an app either internally, closed, or for open testing. The report itself, it'll install like a Android app bundle, and it'll basically run on multiple devices that are currently just nodding off in the Google headquarters, and automatically launch and crawl your app, basically performing sort of actions like typing, tapping, swiping, whatever it is. And once that's done, it'll send you that report, and it'll look a little bit like this, and then they uninstall the application on their devices, right? So pretty straightforward. The other thing would be the UI Automator Viewer. This is basically a tool that helps scan and analyze UI components, right? So you can use the Automator tool to basically inspect the actual layout hierarchy. You can view the different properties of different elements visible in the foreground, etc. And it's used for manually debugging the app as well, kind of like in hand with accessibility scanner, right? So, views with no speakable text, stuff like that, that maybe are incorrectly focused when you intend them to be skipped, it'll show up here. So this is great. Another thing that we're all familiar with, I think, is lint. And basically this is something that you might have noticed in Android Studio. There's a lot of stuff like, for example, missing content description, it'll show up. We talked about it already, but these checks are constantly being improved upon. So you'll see a lot more stuff coming in. And basically this is just a call out to developers, don't ignore the yellow warnings on the top right-hand corner. Not everything is deprecated. There are some things that might be important, right? That might take a few seconds to fix. Now we're going to talk about automated testing. Now this part here, it's if your team already has sort of like accessibility in place, this is basically for you, or you might be familiar with it already. But the main parts is what we've already spoken about. That's basically, if you're just getting started, that's what you should be focusing on. So accessibility scanner, the automator viewer, the lint checks, etc. But there's a few ways to run automated tests to evaluate your app's accessibility. So one of them would be Espresso. Oops, wrong image. Espresso. This library is basically well known and designed to make UI testing very quick and easy. It allows us to interact with different elements within our app itself and assert, certain behaviors when conditions are met. There's also Roboelectric, and this framework basically saves us a lot of time. It launches our apps by providing a lot of fast and reliable unit tests, right, within our that let you run within the JVM system itself. Another cool thing about it is that it runs in a virtual sandbox. So it gives you the power to configure sort of like the environment for your Android to test specific conditions, isolate them all, basically more control. And then of course, the most important part in my opinion would be actual user feedback, right? So whether it's production users, specialized testings, services or groups, this is basically where your primary feedback should be focused on, because this is directly from people that utilize your app. These are specific sort of resources of, hey, there's a pain point here that we should be focusing on, right? And I think developers in general would benefit from being more involved in everything outside of development as well, like how the users feel and how their experience is using the app, right? So just to wrap up, there's a lot of stuff that we can do when prioritizing sort of like accessibility and in general making the Android and mobile ecosystem more accessible for all, right? So having sort of like that user-friendly design, right? So larger text like we saw with Spotify, the high contrast, adding the content descriptions for the talkback, ignoring whatever is decorative, which can all be done as we're making the work, right? This means that people without disabilities and with disabilities can sort of benefit from the features and have a better overall experience. There's also the inclusivity and social responsibility aspect of it. This is something that is not just great to do, but it's the right thing to do. It doesn't take us too long, and it's something that we can definitely put our focus on, right? Future proofing is also a thing, because as developers, we keep developing these apps thinking that this is basically just for the current capture, I guess, time capsule of people and population that we are currently living in. But your app might outlive or outlast a lot of things, right? So you're gonna get older, friends are gonna get older, disabilities slowly start to happen, or over time, there's loss of dexterity, etc. So by supporting like accessibility in Android, individuals without accessibilities are basically future-proofing their devices, regardless of the size of your app. This is something that, in general, this will help. And just to give all the other guys, my son, in the world a chance, like there's a lot of kids, like I mentioned, that are don't have it as easy. It's not easy to say easy, but as easy as Kai, and they could definitely benefit from this. So definitely follow me on all platforms. This is my handle basically for everything, all my social media. So if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. Again, the slide deck is on my Twitter. It's pinned on the very top, so you can go ahead and find it there. And are there any questions?
Round of applause. Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing all the insights, also talking about topics that all reach in development, and also for sharing Kai's story, who I'm sure stands in for many, many other people on this world. So really, really thank you for that. Maybe talking about things that fall too short. Do you have maybe an idea how we can raise awareness when it comes to developing applications, so that accessibility options don't become an afterthought but are integrated in the process itself from the get-go?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, because I feel like a lot of people, it's easy to overlook, and I understand that. It's easy to overlook because if your entire environment is, friends that are able-bodied, yourself, you know, it's hard to see those things. So I think if you hear this talk and you're in that position, just going out of your way to sort of like look at how people with disabilities sort of navigate technology, I think that could be great. That's a great start. And a lot of companies are doing this with their commercials, Apple, Google, etc. They're showcasing all these different ways that people live their lives before even showing how their technology can help.
Yep. That's true. I saw at the last big Google event, for example, they showed a thing where for blind people, how they can take better selfies, for example. Really love that approach.
Right.
You are working at Marco Polo. Would you mind sharing a bit more about this company and what you're doing?
Yeah, sure. So Marco Polo is a video messaging application. And the entire purpose of the company itself is to basically make people feel close. It's basically, we've run a lot of experiments in the past, but we've had people sort of replace texting with Marco Polo, just sending video chats to each other. And the great thing about it is that you could be in different time zones, like you and I, right? And I could message you at whatever time and you know, at night for me, which you might be sleeping or awake, and you see it at your own leisure. You see it whenever you want, you reply whenever you want. So it's less pressure to sort of like have that read receipt. And in general, it's face to face. So a lot of people are more vulnerable. They're able to connect and feel closer.
Okay, sounds awesome. Thanks for sharing. Maybe do you want to tell us a bit how you ended up in a company like this? Was it always a goal of you to also work not only in tech, but also in like this inclusion environment?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. It's hard to say, really. I think accessibility didn't come to mind, honestly, until I had my son at the very beginning. Because even as parents, it's difficult. Like here in the US, you know, there's obviously like supermarkets. There's Target, right? And Target, they have this thing called curbside pickup. When that came out, we had our son. That was the way to get anything that we needed. You ordered it on the app. The order went in. They told you when it was ready. You came, you parked. They brought out your items to you. And you go home. Your child is with you in the car seat, whatever it is. You don't have to leave him alone, right? So it's that convenience that's accessible, right? So I didn't start thinking about that until I had my first. But in general, I think I've always wanted to sort of make an impact with technology. And I think I am currently in a great place that allows me to do that, of course. So it's been phenomenal. And the journey getting there was very, very difficult, but I'm very happy with where I am, yeah.
And what are you normally doing at the company? Like you're only developing, or are you also more like this advocate who goes outside and speaks at events like ours to like deliver the message?
This is actually, Benedict, my first talk. So
okay, I wouldn't have noticed.
Oh, thank you. But I don't do it often. It's something that I like to do. I think it's sort of like a personal goal of mine because I've always had that fear of public speaking. But in general, I think, I try to advocate as much as I can, just even the small things. Being in a startup environment, it's kind of difficult as well sometimes, obviously, because we have to navigate the velocity aspect of it, plus impact, plus including everybody. So we do our best to do all of that, and it's been working out really well. But in general, it's something that it's not my daily job to sort of be an accessibility engineer, but as an engineer, I do bring it up from time to time. But yeah, I mainly work with the core product team. So regardless of like whether it's enhancements or current features that we have, I'll be working with them mainly on the UI aspect or sometimes doing some backend work. Depends.
I see. And when it comes to like features of the UI or features in general that an application should have for accessibility, do you have like some go-to resources where you're always like, okay, hey, I can go to, I don't know, this blog or this YouTube channel and get some more insights on what to do and what to look out for?
There are great resources. I think to get started as a developer, I think Google does a great job at providing these resources. Just the Google developer documentation. They have pathways with code labs of just getting started on accessibility. Super simple stuff, shouldn't take too long, but it's stuff that lasts and has a great impact on any developer, really. So I think starting there with the Google Docs, I think that's a great point of reference.
Right, and just go from there. All right, Aldo, thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you so much for this very, very awesome talk and also for the Q&A afterwards. I hope we will see each other again, maybe on a different live day or at the World Congress, maybe. And I wish you and your family a nice rest of the day and all the best. Bye,
Thank you
Aldo.
so much, Benedict. Have a great one.
All right, and now that also this live day slowly but surely comes to an end, just some additional information for you. First, quick reminder, if you are interested in maybe meeting Sir Tim Berners-Lee and other great developers like maybe the Romeros, go to worldcongress.dev to get further information about our upcoming World Congress in July in Berlin and also claim your tickets. Also, keep in mind, this season is still ongoing. We have more and more talks and sessions for you on the plate. So make sure to check out wearedevelopers.com/live and check out all of them. And last, but certainly not least, very big kudos to Nico, who did the technical part today, our speaker manager. You're a nice director. Thank you so much. And now to the audience, thank you that you all joined us today, and hopefully see you on March 29th when it's all about climate and sustainability. Bye.
To reach so many people face to face in one place is quite unique.